Good morning. Welcome everyone to the second day of this seminar. We have three working sessions. The first one would be about the challenges faced by reparation programs in Tunisia. The second one is how to really benefit the associations that could benefit from reparation. And then the first session is about dignity and reparation. So we will start with the first session, and we will have Mr. Mohsen Sahbani, who is a lawyer who was formerly in charge of a mission inside the Ministry of Human Rights and Transitional Justice, and Mr. Almi Al-Khadri, President of Al Karama Victims Association. I give the floor to Mr. Mohsen Sahbani to kickstart this session. Welcome, everyone. I would like to convey my thanks to ICTJ, which invited me to attend this important seminar. Just to give an overview on what has been achieved by the Ministry of Human Rights and Transitional Justice in the field of reparation when the ministry was operational and was the party tasked to run the file of transitional justice and basically the file of some categories of victims, the victims that benefit from general amnesty by virtue of decree number 1 that was adopted on the 19th of February 2011, and the revolution's martyrs and wounded. These are the two categories that were considered as the victims by force of law, because there were two legal provisions that granted them the status of victims. I will start with the establishment of the Ministry of Human Rights and Transitional Justice in the Troika government in December 2011. And then the working team started to really come into existence in the ministry. The first thing we wanted to know, as we were tasked to run this file, the first thing we wanted to have an idea about was what has been achieved for the victims of the former system in terms of the programs, in terms of compensation and other issues. So, based on the documents that we received from the Prime Ministry back then, almost we determined which is the target group, and as I previously mentioned, those who benefited from the general amnesty and the revolution's martyrs and wounded of the revolution of the 17th of January and the 14th of January. So, for the first category, there was no database to determine this category in terms of their number, in terms of their needs, or in terms of all the possible data that would enable us to determine the needs of these categories in terms of reparation. Likewise, but to a lesser degree, for the revolution's martyrs and wounded, because back then there was reliance on a provisional list of martyrs and wounded of the revolution. This was the first challenge when we started dealing with the file that we met. The second challenge is that in the face of provisional and changing data with no final list being drawn up, and the ministry, in view of the law and the structure and the legislative framework within which we were moving, the ministry was not qualified to determine this final list, which would be the basis for any final and long-term programs of reparation. As previously mentioned, we were not the authority mandated, and there was no other authority mandated. The only authority mandated to draw up the final list by force of the law and by virtue of the law was back then the Supreme Authority of Human Rights that was tasked by the decree to draw up the final list of the revolution's martyrs and wounded. And back then, that institution started working, and the final list was only drawn up after a month. It was recently drawn up, and therefore back then our work, we were not working based on final data that would enable us to devise definite and definitive programs of reparation. The second data pertaining to the challenges we encountered, which was the economic factor. Tunisia back then, the public budget and finance was under immense pressure, and growth indicators were below zero. So if you wanted to devise a reparation program, there was a program of funding, even if these programs were provisional. We were faced with the limited resources, and therefore we were moving within the framework of these challenges. The first thing we wanted to achieve was to at least determine, not definitively, to come up with something close to reality in terms of the number of those who benefited from the general amnesty that was done in brief timing, we asked those people who benefited from the general amnesty to apply to the ministry, and we managed to draw up the final number of those who would benefit from reparation. So we relied on the provisional list for the revolution's martyrs and wounded that was prepared by the Ministry of the Interior. Pending the final list to be drawn, we have at least a provisional list and an authority that was dealing with it, regardless of the credibility of this list, because later on we found out that some who were registered on the list did not qualify for the status of victims, because in the final list the number of those who are eligible for the status of victim as revolution's martyrs and wounded was less than the third of the initial list that was prepared on the provisional list. Once we determined the target category, why did we limit ourselves to these categories? Because we had the legal foundation upon which we could grant them the status of victim, and therefore they could be eligible for reparation. Thereafter, we determined the immediate needs that we have to satisfy for these individuals. Why did we rely on provisional or temporary programs? As I said, we didn't have the final number of victims. To have a comprehensive program, you have to have at least, in terms of the data, at least the number of victims. But in the absence of that data, we can only come up with provisional programs pending the determination of the final list and pending the promulgation of the law that was later promulgated, Law 53, that granted the mandate for the preparation of the programs to the Truth and Dignity Commission. The provisional programs, or the temporary programs, the main needs are, well, number one was healthcare. We tried to work on the dimension of healthcare for the victims from these two categories. The second need was social and professional inclusion. And the third need was to provide financial assistance and provisional assistance in the form of advance payments pending the determination of the value of compensation that they are entitled to. With regard to health care, when we accepted the files, we found out that the government provided the revolution's wounded the health care cards. We call it the white card. This entitlement raised a lot of frustration among this category, who deemed it demeaning because they considered that they took part in the revolution, they unseated the dictatorship to end up with the status of a needy family, and therefore they were aggrieved by their participation in the revolution. And this was part of the reparation and rehabilitation. Indeed, through legal and procedural provisions, we proceeded to the preparation of healthcare cards called the card of the revolution's wounded, and these cards enabled these individuals to get free healthcare in the public healthcare establishments. With regards to the general amnesty, we had two categories. One that is covered by healthcare. They are working in the private sector or in the public sector. For these category, the same thing applies. Through contributions, part of it was dedicated to the preparation of healthcare for those who don't have any healthcare coverage, and therefore we provided free healthcare cards provided by the joint fund for those who benefit from general amnesty. And these individuals, through these cards, they would resort to the public healthcare establishments to obtain free healthcare. Among the other proposals, we gave what we called the medical committees. There is a category or a type of aggrieved people with regard to the revolution who need special care, whose injuries are serious and who sustained disabilities, and they need constant health care coaching. We set up a multidisciplinary committee that convened at least twice a week, and in case there is any special management of these individuals, either to house them in a hospital or a clinic, the committee was taking such decisions. And sometimes there are several individuals on their own request, and in cooperation with some other countries, they were hosted in foreign hospitals because they believed that the level of health care abroad was better, even though in Tunisia we had a good healthcare system. This is at the healthcare system. Of course, I will not delve into all the specifics. With regards to the professional inclusion and integration, in that period there was law number 6 about exceptional recruitment that covered those who were aggrieved and who benefited from the general amnesty, or one of their relatives, and one of the relatives of the revolution's martyrs or wounded. This granted them direct recruitment in the civil service, and that covered more than 9,000 people who benefited from this. And they were. It was possible to recruit them. There's another category that benefited from general amnesty and that used to work before the revolution in the public sector, but who were fired. The law reinstated them in their past positions, but left them in the same professional status as before the revolution. And then after the revolution there was a program to upgrade these peoples and to enable them to obtain promotion as if these people had not been fired, and therefore they would benefit from the same promotion as their colleagues who have not been fired. And something else that was included in this decree is that for social coverage, the proportions the contributions regarding retirement were covered by the state. Most of these people would would retire after a short period of time, and they find out that they benefit from full retirement in order to have a decent standard of living. There's a third category that was added, the victims of the mining basin. Back then, there were protests staged by the victims of the mining basin, and they demanded to be covered by the same procedure as those who benefited from the general amnesty. For those who benefited from general amnesty, there was no legal difficulty, but there were individuals who were victims of social protests in the mining basin, but they were not convicted, and there was no decisions handed down against them, especially those who died and whose families were aggrieved, or other individuals who were fired from work without being tried, and therefore they did not have the status or any certificate proving that they benefited from general amnesty following due to prior prosecution. The Prime Ministry issued a decision granting them the same privileges as those who benefited under the realm of general amnesty. The last point, pertains to advanced payments for reparation for legal and for logical reasons. We could not disperse compensations as we have not determined the final list. We did not determine the needs of these people. Therefore, recourse was made to these advanced payments that was used by the former government with down payments dispersed to the revolution's martyrs and injured before the arrival of the Troika and the interim government. So we made a supplement payment with the same amount, and we set up an account for, and it was financed by a grant from a sisterly country, and that was earmarked for those who benefited from the general amnesty, part of which was given to the medical coverage, and the bulk of this fund was given in the form of down payments for those who are in a socially difficult situation with very low income. And therefore, these disbursements were not much. That is 6,000 dinars per person. 4,000 people benefited from the 6,000 grants and these programs. And in all of the reports, we always emphasize that these programs are provisional, that need to be considered when we determine the final reparation program and when we determine the compensation for each person. Anyone having benefit from this program, if these people should be found eligible for additional benefits, we have to take into account that they previously have benefited from these programs. This is by and large the, if you like, the main measures taken by the Ministry of Human Rights and Transitional Justice. This was our philosophy that is based on a provisional program. That was a policy that was based on a legal foundation in terms of the status of the victim as per Decree number 1 and the decree pertaining to the compensation for the relatives of the revolution's martyrs and wounded. This was the legal foundation upon which we really relied in order to grant these people their rights. I thank you for listening. This is all I have as far as this topic is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mohsen, and thank you very much for this comprehensive presentation. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Hadri, who is President of El Karama Victims Association and member of the Tunisian Coalition for Dignity and Rehabilitation. Thank you very much. Thank you to the ICTJ for their kind invitation. And in connection with what was presented to us by Professor Mohsen Sahbani, first of all, we have to say that according to the background literature of the ICTJ, the reparation program seeks to acknowledge the physical harm of the victims and to reduce its impacts, and this program seeks to state that they are the right owners, and all the international laws and the transition justice throughout the globe have actually defended this concept, and the Tunisian legislature has acknowledged that. And therefore, reparation programs for groups and individuals and for the victim regions have been set up by the Truth Commission, and this has lasted for 8 months and led to the drafting of documents, and the report included 826 pages, and then detailed and it translated was translated into individual documents which concerns physical and financial compensation for the victims and their families. It also sought financial integration to defend this symbolic value. And of course, this was a report to the President of the Republic after 10 years from the first degree, the decree of the general amnesty, including the names of all the people who are going to enjoy this program. It lists the people who are going to be reintegrated into their jobs and who are going to benefit from the recompensation program according to the legal framework, which will be determined. And 7 years after the issuing of the framework law of the year 2013, and after all the work done by the Truth and Dignity Committee, and after the text published by the Official Gazette of Tunisia, so far have not started to implement what the State Committee itself to implement according to international conventions and agreements. In particular, pay tribute to the victims and to provide them with reparation programs according to their sufferings and violations. So we are facing a lot of challenges. Challenges are theoretical and practical challenges. There are challenges at the political and cultural level, as well as challenges, objective challenges, which concern the situation of the current transitional justice in Tunisia. First of all, with regard to the challenges of justice itself, there are a lot of questions that we can that are raised within transitional justice itself. There is no experience or single model, and every country has its own modes. So has Tunisia really drafted its own program, and have the expectations made during the first government been met or not? And then we had a government which was against transitional justice, and therefore this broke the reparation program. And the local authorities and international authorities could not adapt to the political situation in Tunisia, which was ever-changing, to take a stand in defense of transitional justice. Many experiences throughout the world failed, and its decision-makers couldn't adapt with the political reality, which is ever-changing. To give an example of that, we can mention Egypt and Iraq, and in some other experiences, the files, the large files, have not been examined until they reached stability, political stability. We can give the example of Argentina. Some military leaders have been sued and non-lawyers have been pronounced. In Chile, for instance, some military people have received immunity during all their lives to ensure the success of transitional justice. As for the Spanish justice, it was built on the need to ensure the success of transitional justice without really looking about the past injustices. This is to reach an agreement between all the various parties. As in South Africa, for instance, the authority was divided to reach democracy, and in Morocco, the truth has actually took more importance than accountability and reparation programs. As with regard to political and cultural challenges, transitional justice in Tunisia is a matter of achieving political balances. And transitional justice were not really a popular request like dignity and the right to work and freedom within a given cultural context, which hates reparation and consider it as a bartering activity, especially if it concerned national issues, and people have to become martyrs for these national issues, and people shouldn't think in terms of money, because people, whenever they think about reparation, think about receiving money. Some people use this reparation concept in order to cast a blow against the victims, and campaigns were carried out against those asking for reparation. I myself hate the word reparation or reparation program, and the first government was not serious when it comes to implementing the reparation programs, and the minister, Mr. Dimessi, was then dismissed under the pretext that the country had been submerged by reparation programs and the large number of people who have been reintegrated into their previous jobs. People were thinking that hundreds and thousands of people were actually integrated back into their jobs, but in reality, only the number of people who were integrated back into their jobs was much more less than the figures people were thinking. I think only about 20,000 people were integrated back into their jobs. But in fact, only 8,000 resumed their jobs because people have been dismissed from their work in a tyrannical way, in an unjust way, and they say that it cannot be linked to the transitional justice process. Everyone has, for example, a law that can defend him. There is, for example, the court, the administrative court, that can decide to help him benefit from being reinserted into his previous job. So many efforts were made against these reparation programs, and then the President of the Republic, at that time, actually encouraged the enactment of a law called the Reconciliation Law, and we remember what was said about the accountability, about holding people responsible, and we equally had people who were demonstrating in the Avenue of the Revolution, which actually were condemning this law. But it was actually enacted in the form of administrative reconciliation, and yesterday we spoke about this law, reconciliation law, and actually, as I said, it was voted behind the doors, and we don't know who benefited from it, and we don't know what the state actually benefited from this law. But we know that to ensure that the non-recurrence has not been deleted. So we have objective challenges with regard to transitional justice in the current situation. There is no doubt that there is no strong political will, especially from Mr. Mishishi. And yesterday, I told you that the Prime Minister, Mr. Mishishi, had or received messages and mails to keep the Ministry of Justice and Human Rights and to to examine the file of human rights as a pillar of his program. But unfortunately, this request has not been accepted. And it's a pity equally that in his own program, the program of his government, in the presence of the parliament or the MPs, he did not mention the file of transitional justice and did not even cast a word about it. So the lack of stability of the government is one of the main challenges faced by transitional justice, because if the government of Mr. Fakhri remained, the situation would have been much better. In particular, since we know that in addition to publishing the final report on 24th of June, there was someone else who was preparing programs of the government to see how the recommendations of the Commission of Dignity and Truth can be implemented. And therefore, the question that we can raise is, where is the stability of the government? Especially if we remember that Mr. Mishishi was a member of the government which published this final report about transitional justice and reparation programs. Some of the challenges also lies in the international organization, who can be hesitating sometimes or who do not utter a word. We, in our capacity of our civil society and activists and victims, we sometimes feel that the advocacy of transitional justice and reparation programs is very weak. So without a strong support of the first line of the victims, the absence of the expertise in crisis management and advocacy techniques by the victims themselves, the state of the institutions also are against transitional justice because it itself requires certain reforms and it should be subjected to accountability. And yesterday we said that there are some international experiences which show that some institutions have helped the tyranny and therefore they must be compelled to fund even to a certain limited percentage to fund the dignity fund. Unfortunately, all the international organizations which supported the former tyranny and regimes, even the small enterprise did that. For instance, the water company, cars in Tunisia, and the electricity public utility company were used by the state police in order to hide in those cars, in order to chase and to follow the victims and the activists. And therefore, the current situation requires a reform, and therefore they should be subjected to accountability in the framework of transitional justice. There are, of course, polarizations that hampered the work of the Truth and Dignity Commission, and of course this cast a blow against transitional justice, because it's not enough not to have the cooperation of the former regime. For instance, the hearing sessions, public hearing sessions which were broadcast and who reached the whole world, was not attended by the three presidents at that time, Mr. late Beji Qaid Sibsi, Mr. Mohammed Nasser, and Mr. Yusuf al-Shahid. It's a pity also that these tuggings also move to reach the traditional transition and were used in order actually to cast a blow against each other. And of course this has a great impact and influence on the transitional justice and its implementation. Acknowledging victims as people having their rights within this transitional justice and the need to take all the necessary measures in order to improve their life and to curtail the burden, and this is the path and the track that can ensure the success of transitional justice and to reach reconciliation and social peace and security and sustainable development. Only if we meet these conditions we can achieve and implement our dream of the success of our experience, so that it can be a leading experience and can be taught as an excellent experience in the world universities. We, in our capacity of victims and combatants, we nourished the hope that the Tunisian experience would be a leading experience in comparison with other experiences, especially as it is a unique experience in the Arab world, and especially that our neighbors are facing these disputes, still facing the disputes. So we were hoping that the Tunisian experience would play a leading role to settle disputes and to turn the page and to avoid the non-recurrence. So today, the people who call upon reconciliations outside the transitional justice process, but actually what they would like is actually to forgive the criminals, to pardon the criminals, and these experiences have shown that this will fail. For instance, in Chile, 20 years later, after the publishing of the report in 2003, and 300 cases were presented to court, and this proved that there was, even after 20 years, there was political interference in these files, and therefore the investigation started anew. this is also shown in many other experiences. And by way of conclusion, I would like to say that transitional justice is the best mechanism to settle disputes peacefully during a transition time. And truth and justice the transitional justice is the best guarantee to avoid the recurrence of past crimes. And to be blunt, it's not really our fault, but the state, the Tunisian state, must commit itself. Would like it to be a strong state, unlike what other people want. They would like it to be a weak state. Would like our state to be a strong state to implement the law. And among the law is the framework law about transitional justice and reparation. Would like it to be a strong government to observe Article 9 of the Constitution, which enshrines what follows. The state commits itself to implement the transitional justice process in all its fields within the time framework, and then in this path of thought, the retroactivity of the law shall not apply. And there will be no impunity with time helping. This is in addition to the state commitment to set up to observe the Geneva Human Rights Commission. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ilmi. After listening to Mr. Mohsen, that we noticed that despite the efforts exerted especially the work done by the ministry and the promulgation of Law 53, the establishment of the Truth and Dignity Commission, and the decisions handed by TDC to provide reparation for the beneficiaries, despite the establishment of the Dignity Fund and the presidency of Mrs. Amel Mastouri, we still notice that the challenges are still lying ahead. Mr. Ilmi dwelled very much on the challenges and the obstacles faced by transitional justice, like the political upheavals, the instability of the government. Now the government of Hisham Shishi is not on the right path of transitional justice. You referred to the media campaigns that targeted the victims and that characterized these reparations as an excessive demand on part of the victims, and you referred to the administrative and economic reconciliation that was serving the benefit of entrepreneurs and businessmen. These factors are the main obstacles faced by the process for the implementation of reparation programs. On the ground of reality, we notice that there are so many victims in terms of associations that have come back to protest for the implementation of reparation decisions. In the mining basin, there was a resumption of the protests last week. There were voices coming from the mining basin. There's also a sit-in Al Qasba Square organized. There's also something to be staged on the 10th of December. It's plainly clear that the situation of reparation in Tunisia and its implementation is faced with so many challenges. I now give the floor to the and to the audience. I remind you that you can write down your comments on Facebook. Hello, everyone. Thank you for the International Center for Transitional Justice. Allow me to remove my mask. I want to speak my name is Fatma Akeishi. I'm a mother and an educator, a teacher, and member of the National Committee of the Victims of Dictatorship, presided by Mr. Abdelhamid Troudi. Our association deals with the file of transitional justice and with all the victims. For the record, we receive no support from any association. We are working on our own, and thank God we have managed to achieve some gain. We have staged many activities, the last of which was 2 months ago. We staged a sit-in for 27 days in Qasba Square, where the Prime Minister is, and the head of government reacted very well by appointing Mr. Slim Tisawi to be interested with the case. We met, but later on there were no additional steps, serious steps on part of the government. With regard to the case of transitional justice, I am going to speak that is really under my chest, and that constitutes my frustration night and day. As I came here, I was told that there was in the 9th floor there's a meeting on violence, gender-based violence. I wish I could attend that meeting as well about gender-based violence. As a Tunisian woman, I will speak on behalf of all the victims, but with specifically women. I'd like to refer to women. Gender-based violence is not about slapping a woman in the face, and not because she is beaten by her husband. With due respect to all women and my solidarity with them, it's not a slap. It's much deeper than that. Gender-based violence is much deeper. It's violence against mankind. Violence has been applied against us since I was present. Now I'm 48 years old, and I'm not ashamed to mention my age. I was imprisoned before the age of 22. Why? Because we practice ideas and intellectual freedom, and we were imprisoned for our intellectual freedom. Then came the revolution and transitional justice, with which we really expressed our joy, and we were under the hope of a real and genuine justice. And I'm not going to use any compliments. It's really faulty and aching transition justice, because it is subject to political accounts. Who are going to serve transitional justice? They want to show off that they are working on the cases of the revolution's martyrs and wounded. With due respect to all the martyrs of Tunisia from the age of occupation until now, the President of the Republic, and I hope that he will listen to what I'm saying, he promised to settle some of the cases, and he named them, but he never referred to transitional justice. So what would be our fate for Mr. Abdelrazak Al-Kilani, who was lately appointed in the ministry? He said that he was interested with the case of freedom fighters and the martyrs and the wounded. I can only be happy to hear that these victims benefit from their rights, but the rest, the Islamists, the left-leaning members and the protesters of the mining basin, all of those who benefit from reparation decisions and general amnesty, there was no reference to them, and they are about 30,000 files. What is their fate? Why this ambiguity? Why? There's marginalization and there's exclusion for many victims, and this is meant to be and intended by the ministry. The minister, Mr. Hisham Mishishi, he intentionally embarks on this ambiguity in order to really strain us, because all those working on these files have a political agenda in the first place. 30,000 beneficiaries of the general amnesty, 30 files entitled to reparation, 30,000 files. There was expected an apology from the President of the Republic. There were material and moral compensation. As a Tunisian woman, I demand and please the ICTJ, I beg ICTJ to convey my prayers. When I said the International Center would certainly convey my voice, I heard about this meeting only at 11 a.m. because I did not consult my Facebook. I entered this room at 12:10, and I'm interested in conveying my voice. We demand that the ministry clarify and include all the beneficiaries of the reparation decisions in this file. That's to begin with. Secondly, I speak on behalf of women. With due respect to all the victims, I refer to gender-based violence, imprisonment, marginalization, unemployment. We have suffered from all of this. Let the ICTJ know. Let the ICTJ know that the youngest political prisoner was aged 16, has not even become legally responsible, who was imprisoned under the dictatorship. There are 360 women who had been raped in prisons. They were Islamists and left-leaning prisoners, even though the left-leaning prisoners were less than the Islamists, but the depth of the wounds was the same. We are not really talking about compensations. This is called reparation. When you speak about compensation, ask me as a woman who had been arrested 4 times, and I've been imprisoned for 2.5 years, and I endured 10 days of torture. There's no money that can offset and compensate the suffering and what that I have endured. I'm talking about reparation. And what the state should do is to make a public apology. It's not the apology that the late Beji Qaid Sipsi suggested. I was hoping he would really apologize because he was responsible for the violations under the late President Bourguiba. My right is the apology from the state, and secondly, to settle the cases and the files of all the victims. I was a member of the National Commission of the Victims of Dictatorship, and there are so many files that have not been settled. There are those who have been granted the score of 0. Some have not been reinstated in their professional career, and these people need to get their rights. Something else is the financial reparation or the financial compensation, which is one of our rights that we are not going to give up, despite the media smear tactics, because I have a very biased media. With due respect to all honest media, the media is really biased. They only see the things that they want to advocate. I would like to say from here that all those who believe in transitional justice do like Morocco did in a short period of time. It's not 24 hours, but in less time than what we spent in Tunisia. They achieved transitional justice and they provided reparation for their victims. And in Libya too, I hope they can achieve transitional justice, and many other countries that managed to achieve transitional justice. Unfortunately, in Tunisia, our transitional justice is really stumbling and is aching, and is a lame justice. On behalf of all victims, men and women, until the last gasp of my life, I shall continue to advocate this fight. because it is one of our rights and no one is going to do us any favors. And the smear tactic that we are really hearing about the Dignity Fund and the 10 billion dinars, they are available. We have issue just with opening the account, and the funding is not from the money of the Tunisians. It's continue to steal the money and keep the money in your pockets. The Dignity Fund, God willing, will get its donations from associations that really believe in transitional justice, something else. Let everybody know that indeed this fund will pave the way for many people to start working. It will also revive the economic cycle, because our economy is now in urgent need for any funds in order to boost it. I hope my voice will be conveyed as a victim in the first place and as a member of the National Commission of the Victims of Dictatorship, and may God ensure your success in your proceedings. Thank you very much. I give the floor to Mr. Rida, and who would like to speak next?
Thank you. First of all, I would like to hail the people present here, the brethren and sisters present here, and those who are following us on Facebook. There is no doubt that we need to thank the ICTJ for organizing this seminar about transitional justice and about designing and funding the reparation program. In the beginning, I would like to ask a question, a self-evident question. 10 years after the revolution and 7 years after the transitional justice law, why are we meeting here today? There are many possible answers. The first answer is that in January 2011, the revolution tumbled down the ruling authority. But we are here today because the revolution was headless, without a head. And during 10 years, the authority and the state was unstable. There was no leading head to the authority in Tunisia. And then the idea of transitional justice and the law of transitional justice was published in the official Gazette of Tunisia and was enshrined in the Constitution of Tunisia in the year 2013, when the symbols of the revolution and the atmosphere of the revolution were still prevailing and reiterated and echoed by the walls of the Prime Ministry and the main streets and the spirit of the Tunisian people, especially the vulnerable and marginalized people, social strata. But soon this idea was marginalized, and from the beginning, from the first minute of the implementation of the Commission of Truth and Dignity, some stones were put on its road and some stumbling blocks were put on its road, in addition to the distortion of the mere idea of the transitional justice and its commission. And today we are meeting during the second stage of the program, that's to say, after the implementation of the Commission of Truth and Dignity. And we, in our capacity of civil society and victims, NGOs, and advocates of transitional justice, we have actually implemented and achieved many successes to overcome those stumbling blocks. However, in the end, we have managed to come out with a final report published by the Commission of Dignity, and this report was published. It was published in the official Gazette of Tunisia, and today we are at the final stage of this process, of this program, that's to say, the process of transitional justice. The main problem that we are facing today is we do not have stumbling blocks or stone walls and marginalization, but there is an old plan that we combated in the past and which is now reviving, which is coming back again with all its strength and with all its impoliteness, coming back, and it's imposing itself with another program, a program called the National Global Reconciliation, which was stated by the Speaker of the Parliament. And this program was fought against. We know the draft text. We know it, and we don't know that the changing of one word or two, or one clause or two, will change the whole spirit of this text. The problem that, according to me, that we are facing today is that the threat which endangers this process does not threaten what we call the victims of tyranny and despotism, but it constitutes a threat to the country as a whole, its present and future of Tunisia. It actually constitutes a threat to the Tunisian society and its mutations. Talking about transitional justice, talking about transitional democratic transition, and there is no democratic transition without transitional justice. If we blow up the transitional justice program and transitional democracy, we are going to fall back in the arms of tyranny and despotism. And this is known by everybody, by all the social strata in the country who are aware of this. The parliament is trying to examine and to enact laws which will build and institutionalize and legislate for impunity for the police force. It will make the police above everybody else and above individual liberties and above all the liberties in its global comprehensive meaning. This is just to give you one single example. This is in addition to the marginalization of some social strata, some whole regions who are deprived and who are in the hinterland, in addition to the prevailing of corruption in the social and economic spheres. A last comment I wish to make is the following. Transitional justice, and this is part of the distortion of transitional justice. It does not concern reparation programs only, but it equally concerns the final report with many facets, which includes all the facets of life, be it economic, social, political, and so on and so forth. So in this report, there will be a call for reforming education, the customs, public property, reforming all the facets of the social and economic life of the country. This will be enshrined in the final report of transitional justice, so that we can reach another society where human rights prevail, where democratic relations prevail also, to build for a new society enjoying their rights and freedoms, and where people enjoy their dignity. I'm sorry, I have taken too much time for this introduction. Now, with regard to the crux of the topic, designing reparation programs, in the beginning, this was the duty of the authority. The authority was requested to implement this. In the legal text, the legal text stipulates that the government has to implement and to execute this request. So I would like to thank the ICTJ and other international organizations and NGOs. Would like to thank them for putting on the table again this topic, to exert pressure on the government and to suggest solutions so that it does not find excuses about the financial situation in the country. The recommendations that have been made and suggestions that have been made yesterday, and which have learned from experiences throughout the world, and which have been presented to us by experts who enjoy a long experience in Asia and in Africa and in many organizations and in Colombia and in Latin America in general. We listened to the Philippine experience, we listened to other experience without mentioning all the countries that took part yesterday. We'd like to thank them very much. And we have learned many experiences, mainly the main recommendations using the corrupt money, the corrupt funds, to fund the Dignity Fund. We have equally learned also reviewing debts and using these debts to execute the reparation program in order to get out of this bottleneck and to get out of this financial crisis. In addition to this, it has been suggested that we need to review the taxation, the taxes imposed upon the corrupt people and all the public assets that have been plundered illegally can also be used to fund this fund. All this money that have been plundered by the Tunisian mafia. This is with regard to the global approach on how to fund this reparation fund. So if these elements are clarified to the public view in general, we would have been in a better situation and the authority would have been compelled to execute and implement this program. With regard to the designing of these programs, the law stipulated that the government has to design these programs and to involve the civil society organizations, CSOs, in the designing and implementation of this program, and they are headed essentially by the NGOs that call for transitional justice and which actually accompanied this program in the end. I would like to underscore an important point, between inverted commas, of course, in our we will not accept, and I adhere to what my colleague has just said yesterday and today, we will not accept a reparation program outside the transitional justice process. It is part and parcel of accountability and justice, and it's part and parcel of all what has been stipulated in the report drafted by the Commission of the Dignity and Truth.
I now give the floor to Mr. Hamda, and then we will take another list. Just be brief, please, because very important what you are mentioning. Just to give the floor back to the main speakers, and then we move on to the next session. Thank you, Mr. Haytham. Thank you. I'd like to renew my though yesterday I came late yesterday, but I the speech by Mr. Abdurrazzaq Al-Kilani, and I noticed that his presentation was balanced, and he was reminding us of the legal obligations and the obligations attendant upon the executive, legislative and judicial powers by virtue of the law of transitional justice and by virtue of the Constitution. It was a unifying speech and very balanced and moderate enough to build new Tunisia that we all dream of as freedom fighters and militants for the sake of freedom and as victims. Even though I don't want to characterize us as victims, it's true that we were imprisoned and we were tortured, we were fired from work, and we were harassed. But I'd like to use the word militants. We are militants and strugglers for the free and dignified Tunisia, just Tunisia and legal Tunisia. Tunisia in which everybody is equal before the law, in which we counter corruption and all aspects of despotism and dictatorship. I'd like to pay tribute to what Mr. Ilmi has just said, Mr. Ilmi Al-Khadri, for his strenuous efforts. This is only testament that despite our different political partisanships and our different experiences and with our different perceptions and political ideas, all of these are really trivial, because we all, in the bottom line is that we are all Tunisians, that we can sit down together and listen to each other through dialogue in order to build Tunisia under the framework of mutual respect, under the framework of cooperation and complementarity, under the framework of equality, because we all stand equal before the law, because in the end, Tunisia, there's room for everyone in Tunisia if we know how to communicate. I also notice that there are shortcomings, and that's only natural with regard to the process so far. And we haven't, of course, we have achieved some important results, but so far we have not really concretized these steps. There's a lot of stumbling along the way and obstacles. These, of course, are subjective obstacles, and there are objective obstacles. The subjective obstacles pertain to the individuals, to the political players and actors, the decision makers, the local governments, the victims. Our own ideas and mindset, our level of acquaintance with the philosophy of human rights and the transitional justice laws, that we can only really make a success. We make it successful when we know how to communicate. But so far, in my humble opinion, with due respect to all the militants with their different political trends, we have not quite managed to communicate properly. So that because we are doomed to really sit down and listen to each other to reach agreement as victims and as alleged perpetrators and as political parties with their different trends. There are those who advocate transitional justice and those who are hostile to transitional justice, and fiercely so. The question, and the government also, Hisham Mishishi, when we speak about the government, Hisham Mishishi, who is the head of government, he's just an individual, and I'm sure that he is impacted by the political belt and surrounding, and he is now under this tagging and polarization, and likewise for the President of the Republic. But we as victims, what are we doing? Have we really overcome these injuries? We have to do that despite the torture and despite the oppression and despite the harassment and the economic harassment and the culture of hatred that we are faced with. What about compensation? Compensation shall be rejected. I join my colleague Elmi and to our sister Fatma, whom I heard today for the first time. I want to say that Tunisia should be proud of women like Fatma. Tunisia has a future as long as we have militants in the likes of Mrs. Fatma, and that we consider her as a main gain, and we have to really use all the positive resources that are found in all political trends. We have to avoid the elite-based perceptions. We have to be united under a patriotic and national perception. I remain a patriot who respects all the different right and left leaning, the extreme right, extreme left, the moderates, the independent. I respect all political classes. But what are we doing? What is the performance? We have a coalition of 30 associations. Why don't we have 50 associations, 60 associations? What because those who are standing against transitional justice are striving to really diffuse division amongst us. We need to unify our stance and to ensure that we can succeed even in divergence and difference, because disagreement is a trend but should not really lead to our division. We have different political, economic and social disagreements. Of course, people express opinions from different standpoints. Those who are speaking in the shoes of unemployed is not the same one speaking in the shoes of the employed, and the educated and the uneducated. We have to get rid of all our political we have to get rid of our resentment and get rid of any demeaning attitudes. We have lived under a despotic culture. We have to get rid of that. We as victims, we could be carrying these legacies of the culture of despotism. What have we done towards the general union, the union of employers, UTK, UGTT, the farmers union, women's union, the ruling party, another party, the other parties? What have we done? Even those who are standing against transitional justice, why don't we get in touch with them? Why aren't they present? We invited Mr. Hisham Mishishi, but he never showed up. Let's invite other people, those who do not acknowledge the torture that happened, that the people were tortured to death, like Nabil Barakati, Faisal Barakat, Rashid Shamekhi, Matmati, the Mata. There are Tunisian nationals. There are many who disappeared. The arbitrary imprisonment, the policies of impoverishment, the deprivation of livelihoods. We have the law enforcement unions. Why don't we invite them? They are against the transitional justice. The coalition, in my opinion, should involve all kinds of unions. We have to be better prepared to communicate. I'd like to reiterate my respect and the great pride I feel about the intervention of Mrs. Fatma. I thank her for her enthusiasm and for her attachment to her rights to the last gasp of her life, as she put it. And we want to remain upbeat and optimistic, and we want this that meetings like this staged by the International Center for Transitional Justice, we want this room to be full of participants, and we want better management of the victims, and we want the performance of the victims to be better, because even amongst ourselves as victims, we refer to another people as rats, and this is a hate speech and a demeaning speech that we strongly reject. We characterize the left-leaning people as 0.5, and that they are, named in different names and in SME, and we characterize the Desturian people, or people who belong to the former party and Bourguiba. There are many of them of all kinds who were implicated in bad practices and in corruption, but we have to avoid moving from the status of a victim into the status of scary people who frighten others. We don't want to be executioners. We want to get rid of this culture of hatred. We have to embrace the culture of respect, affection and reassurance, because any country in the world, there are always conflicts of interest. We have to manage this disagreement and reassure even those who were implicated in wrongdoing. We want to invite them and to talk things over. We don't want to threaten anyone, because transitional justice is for the interest of all the Tunisian people, men and women. And we want support for transitional justice domestically and internationally, because even we want our ties to be improved with the international community. We want to improve our economic relations between the northern countries and southern countries. We have to eradicate poverty and marginalization, because you know, politics, because people, when they reach power, they forget their friends and they forget where they came from, and they become tempted to financial gains. That person has to be surrounded by wise people, by people who are really away from any selfish considerations, because these leaderships are made up of individuals. We need statesmen. We need people who are able to unify the people, to bring together all the positive energies available, and to rely on any good proposals to be adopted. We need to embrace everyone, because but when someone endures injustice, we have to come to the support of that person by sharing that feeling of injustice. The people who are in a good situation have to share the sorrow of those who are suffering. If you want to combat poverty, social marginalization and injustice, these folks are people who have been tortured. Those who are people who were fired, who were imprisoned, who were deprived of professional promotion. These people cannot be doomed to poverty. I apologize for my lengthy intervention, and I would like to suggest for ICTJ to bring us together in another seminar very soon, including more participants, and we want to ensure that we have more diversified ties, bringing together more people. We want everybody to sit down together. We want to listen even to the executioners and the violation perpetrators. We want to talk to them. We are not afraid of them. There's no grudge against them. We don't want to demean them in front of their families and relatives. We know they were implicated in corrupt practices, but we want to really turn the page. But there has to be an acknowledgement of the truth, and there has to be an apology, and President Qais Said has to apologize on behalf of the Tunisian state. And Hisham Mishishi, after he appointing the chairperson on the Dignity Fund, who has been removed from her position, he has not yet appointed any replacement for her. This Dignity and Rehabilitation Fund is the one that will contribute to social peace. There can be no progress for any country in the absence of any peace and dialogue and law. When people feel they are suffering from injustice, that feeling and that resentment, that feeling of resentment will linger on. We want to root out violence, and we want to build 1,000 gardens, 1,000 roses, and 1,000 gardens, and we want anyone in which everyone has a room. And thank you very much. Just some details.
Thank you very much. You know, this meeting was supposed to be wider, But unfortunately, because of the COVID-19, we invited only a limited number of people because of distancing protocol. Mr. Trudi, allow me, please, to ask you to give shorter intervention time, so to give the opportunity to everybody to contribute and to take part in this. In the name of God, the Clement and the Merciful, I would like to thank the director of the ICTJ and all the managers of this center. And I would like to thank them for giving us this opportunity to talk about and to debate this tremendous topic, that of transitional justice. Unfortunately, it's a bleeding file, and I'd like to hail all the guests and all the stakeholders of transitional justice. I'm a spokesperson of the National Committee of the Victims of Tyranny, which carried out many movements, especially, and Mr. Haytham visited us during this latest event. He's the manager now and the moderator of this discussion. So these militants and these victims who are organizing sit-ins, would like to tell them that these movements are not for the sake of receiving money. It is not for receiving compensations, but for the sake of a whole process ensuring the success of the revolution, the Tunisian revolution. And when we speak about exerting pressure on the consecutive governments and exerting pressure on the government of Mishishi, who would like to tell him, from this podium, we'd like to tell you, Mr. Hisham Shishi, be prepared for a big marriage, a big event in El Qasba on the 10th of December. Since we trusted you and we negotiated with you and we discussed with Mr. Sim Tisawi, and you told us that everything is clear and everything will be settled, and you said that when you are appointed, the file of transitional justice will be my file and I will defend it strongly. I'd like to tell you, Mr. Mishishi, you are just emulating the former prime ministers, and you are exploiting many objective reasons, and you tell us that there is no strong political will among our leaders, and this file is not a priority file, and you are telling us this is not a priority file among the elites and many political parties. All of them used the victims in their election campaign. They used us all for the sake of nothing. And we, in our capacity of victims, when we talk about the commitment of the state to execute and to implement the outcomes of transitional justice according to Article 148 of the Constitution, paragraph 9, and this is known to everybody and known to all the leaders and governors who governed the country since the revolution till now. We'd like to tell them that implementing the outcomes of the transitional justice is something in which we believe, and the implementation of the outcomes will lead to implementing global reforms within the country itself. And with this will only lead to qualitative leap in the country at the economic level, at the political level, as well as the social level in this country. This does not mean, the fund is going to be a blessing for the victims. No, it's going to be a blessing and a gain for the whole country, provided we have the necessary political will. The economic situation in Tunisia and the social situation in Tunisia could have been better through the implementation of this fund. The establishment of the fund was decided by decree and by Article 41 of the law, which was enacted in 2013. This dignity fund is only one mechanism to revive the Tunisian economy, and only is a mechanism if it were well used and well exploited, and if the bank account was opened, a lot of money would have been pumped into this fund. I respect Mr. Abdrazak Kilani. What he said yesterday about the funds was very clear, and I respect him a lot. And I think that he's the right man to manage this fund. But when he spoke about the funding and saying that the country is living economic problems, and so what is the relation of the victims with this economic crisis that the country is facing. No, this is a misleading type of policy, because opening this dignity fund does not mean that we are going to use money from the state treasury or budget. On the opposite, the opening of this fund could actually help Tunisia solve its debt problems, provided we have the political will by all the governments. And if they wanted to solve this economic crisis, we can open the fund and we can receive donations from the sister and friendly countries who are ready to pump money in this fund. There are many parties with whom I discussed and who told me it suffices them to open this fund for us to pump money in this fund. We have 10 billion disposable, available, sorry, for this fund, and the government of Shed, and would like to thank him for doing that. Unfortunately, he has not finished his job. He did not. He published the decree, which was published in the Official Gazette on the in 2018 in 2nd of March. If the fund was not opened in 2013 and 2014, 15, 16, because there was internal political disputes among politicians and parties, because some people would like the Tunisian economy to tumble down. Some people have disputes and problems with other foreign countries because they were afraid that if this fund is implemented, the Tunisian people would be leading a better life. You know, the victims can be counted in thousands and thousands of people. They have their families, their extended families. The political prisoner has hundreds of people behind them. The victim in the mining basin has thousands of people behind them. The Islamists have also thousands and hundreds of people behind them, and consequently, implementing this fund could lead to solving the economic crisis of all the Tunisian people. And the fund, the Dignity Fund Committee classified the victims into two parts: the political prisoners who were subjected to injustice and tyranny, and there is a second also type of victim, which is the marginalized region due to the Bourguiba policy and former President Ben Ali's policy. These regions were deprived of economic life, of economic development. We have now people who are 40 years old and who are still single, who are still unemployed. So when we had this law of transitional justice, this is a law is a whole system of laws, including legislation and laws through which, and if the political will does exist, whether I'm talking here about the first government or the second or third government, we'd like to address Mr. Mishishi and tell him that we'd like your government to be the government of revolution truly and sincerely. This is a law, and the creation of the fund is based on the Constitution. If you want really to uproot corruption and bribery, if you wanted to reform the institution of the country, if you wanted to reform the economic life in the country, you don't have any other law. All the other laws are reactionary laws. You only have the transitional justice law, and all the institutions have not lifted themselves to the expectation of Tunisian people who carried this revolution. It's unbelievable that today, 10 years after the revolution, we are using reactionary laws. The law of transitional justice is the only solution so that we can build the country. When we talk about transitional justice, it does not mean, as it was said by the former prisoner, Mr. Hamda Ma'amar, we are not going. We would like to see, and our executors. We'd like to talk with them. We'd like to talk with the president. We'd like to talk with the speaker of the parliament. The state now is in a state of upheaval and frustration. We are going to organize on the 10th of December in La Casbah. We are going to organize a demonstration and protest and be prepared for this big event. We are ready to face death. We know that the COVID-19 prevails. We know all the risks that we are going to take. But when we stand up in order to defend our rights, because our fears is that the state does not want to implement the outcomes of transitional justice, which means that this state and the government, the speaker of the parliament, as long as they do not want to implement the provisions of transitional justice. They do not believe in the revolution. Prove to us, Mr. Qais Aid, and this is my message to you, prove to me that you believe in the Tunisian justice. We sent 5 requests to meet you, but you refused to meet us. You, Mr. Hisham Meshishi, we presented to you methodological paper when we were at La Casbah on the 16th of September 2020 during our sit-in La Marsa, in La Casbah, and we gave you our point of view, our conception, how we can talk about the method of communication between the victims and the Prime Minister. We would like to tell Mr. Abdelrazak Al-Kirani and Mr. Meshishi and the President of the country, to the Speaker, there is no speaker one single speaker of the victims. We, the victims, we know what kind of injustice we faced. We know how they denuded our wives in front of us. We know how they took the hijabs off the face of our daughters. We know how they excluded our children from schools. We know that our children cannot work because of the security vetting when they know that that he is the son of a militant in the mines basin, or because he's an Islamist. You know, the state is actually the one which is putting stumbling blocks on the road of transitional justice. Maybe Mr. Meshishi or the former prime ministers, whenever they wanted to actually examine this file, they were afraid because you know, the current president, if they actually present their excuses formally, we're not afraid of anybody. On the 10th of December, if the fund is not open, and if the Prime Minister does not give prerogatives to Mr. Kilani, the prerogatives that he should be given, we will organize this protest. What does he mean when he says that Mr. Kilani is entrusted with the fund of the fund of the revolution, wounded and martyrs and the victims of terrorism? You know, we adhere and we are still defending our patience, and we firmly believe that the stability of the country and the social stability can only be achieved through the implementation of the outcome of transitional justice. The uprooting of injustice, the uprooting of and this can only be done through the implementation of the outcomes of transitional justice without any hesitation. I'm talking here about all in the name of all the victims. I would like to tell you that we still have 25 days ahead of us, and Mr. Hisham Meshishi, and you, the President of the Republic, you, the Speaker, on the 10th of December, if nothing is done, you will be surprised, because we, the victims, we've been patient for 10 years. People have passed away, hundreds of people away have died. They were happy. They thought that they are going to renew their life, and many people have died without really feeling the ostensible, tangible results of the Tunisia of the revolution. We have people who died in the mining basin. We have people who died in the Battle of Bizerta. We have people, but everybody has been oblivious to them. People have forgotten those who died in 1978, the problem that we are facing nowadays in Tunisia. And this is what we'd like to tell to the ICTJ people. You helped us a lot to voice our concerns. But I would like to tell the Tunisians that the reason of the stumbling process, the main, is the lack of political will and the absence of will of the politicians and the leaders. And forgive me to say this, they do not have the culture of transitional justice. Transitional justice does not mean money. It does not mean helping me recover my job. That's my right. No, but transitional justice means leading to the country on to the realm of freedom and liberty and democracy. And the Tunisian experience will be a success. Morocco or South Africa or Southern Korea is not better than us. Many countries have carried out experiences and they found out that this transitional justice is the best way to promote and reform the country. So if you wanted to do this for Tunisia, you have to use transitional justice process. Another stumbling block is the following, which is divide and rule concept. The government has divided the victims. And we see that many representatives of the victim, including Mr. Makram Hajri, Ahmed Ghozi, including Mr. Hossein Bouchiba, including Ilm al-Khidri, we are very glad to see us meeting here together. I see new faces defending the process of human rights. We see people organizing sit-in events. And again, once again, I'd like to reiterate that on the 10th of December, we will be there, use this differences to exploit us and to scatter us. And we'd like to tell you we are not carrying out an underground movement. You can stop our buses, you can organize protocol, and you can do whatever you like, even if they don't come. This is not a threat, but we, open open the fund, the dignity fund. Don't talk about the Gheriani initiative. Don't talk about. We know that the fund, once opened and once the committee is set up, the fund set up, the fund committee has been set up. If you want to keep Mr. Abdelrazak as the chairman of this fund, you can do that. Otherwise, if you want to appoint somebody else, you can actually appoint somebody else. And Mr. Hissam Sisi, you have an initiative in your office. If you have not received it, ask for it. We'd like to tell the media, we'd like to tell the Tunisians that these proceedings are followed. These proceedings are followed on the Facebook, and it constitutes a qualitative change. These meetings that are covered by the media, that are.
Of course, we need to give the floor to other participants, please. Mr. Alwan, you have the floor. Of course, there are many questions. Very briefly, I would like to thank Mr. Haytham, who invited me, and of course the International Center for Transition Justice. I'm Omran Alwan from Perspective Association. I've been imprisoned for 4.5 years, served out of a 7-year prison sentence. I would like to briefly say that for those who are not listening to us and who are distant from us, that transitional justice is one of the pillars for transition to democracy. And everybody knows that it is a major pillar for this transition to democracy. In recent years, many indicators have shown that transition to democracy has sustained a serious setback. And those who would like to progress in the area of transitional justice, they, of course, we are far and away from practical and daily politics and from any moves to reach power. Politics always interferes, especially in recent years. All the consecutive governments representing their parties they embarked on conciliatory processes whereby the entire transition to democracy is in a setback. Why haven't we established the constitutional court so far? Why aren't the membership of HICA not been renewed? The constitutional bodies have not been set up. The issue of transitional justice for us is that it is pillar of something that is being prepared by some people that would lead us to a state of oblivion and dismantlement. So, as the French says, the issue of reparation would fall would collapse gradually. It would, be really inconsistent with the transitional justice and constitutional court. Those who focus on the late Beji Qaid Sibsi adopted that policy after he met with another leader, Ghannouchi, and very gradually the picture became clearer. We don't want to really embark on politics, but we have to. So when Ghannouchi welcomed Ghariani and appointed him as an advisor, and he was entrusted with reconciliation. Of course, reconciliation is characterized as inconsistent with transitional justice. This is excessive, of course. There are those who want to lead us to really lead us to a situation that is similar to the Palestinian cause. The 1947 resolution provides for the division of the country into two parts, but now we are in a situation where the Arab countries are recognizing the Israeli government with the Zionist occupation, and they overlooked the main cause. And that happened gradually. My fear is that the same thing will happen to transitional justice and to transition to democracy. You have so many news and indicators that we can that corroborate this situation. And once the former dictators and the former cronies and the former followers of the dictator regain power, then the project would be entirely buried. And therefore, what I would like to say, I would like to renew my thanks for ICTJ for granting us this opportunity to have this pause of reflection. But the situation is a bleak one. Of course, the ICTJ has helped those groups who believe in transitional justice. But these groups have not been very active, and the economic situation that has been really devised by evil forces, the forces of the former regime, planned Tunisia to be on its knees and to deteriorate the situation even further in such a way that minor demands are not even considered. So I'd like to tell everyone and to all the victims, in the absence of this unity, and as Hamma said, the stick used by the executioner does not distinguish between religious or right or left-leaning people. All of these victims need to come together and join forces. But today in Tunisia, the pressure is increasing. We've seen the Camor in the south, and the lobbies are active. We see groups of lawyers, groups of judges, and groups of doctors, and we are overlooking the main thing, which is, of course, the victims. And we need a new kind of media. We need to remind people that when these victims demand their rights, it's because they were subjected to most atrocious kinds of torture. And there are posts on Facebook depicting the struggles of these militants. We need to ensure that this suffering will be present in the minds of everyone. Regarding the economic crisis, that may be shocking, but very briefly, please. Regarding COVID-19, which is a pandemic, of course. Of course, there have been specific policies that have been imposed with specific budgets. Some funds have been found for this COVID-19 pandemic. Of course, the state has to do that. But for transition to democracy, we need transitional justice and we need a budget. That is not considered. It's the pandemic that's affected so many people, and so is the case of those tortured and the victims. We, of course, have got upcoming sessions, and there are those who will be with us online, and therefore we need to really comply with the timing. We will proceed very soon to a short break. Hello. Makram Al-Hajri, the spokesperson of the National Committee for the Left-Leaning Militants and Progressist Movements and spokesperson of the National Coalition for the Completion and the Fulfillment of the Process of Transitional Justice. I would like to ask who is this international network with, because everybody joined a project that is hostile to transitional justice. I wasn't going to come. People would speak about decisions as if those who are advocating transitional justice do not understand the real problem. We had a meeting with the Committee of the Revolution's Martyrs and Wounded. Are they waiting for the apology of the President to finish the list? I know that. I have to tell you that the Law 53 is a constitutional law, and the Unified Register is now handed over to the Prime Ministry. And those who need apology are those whose files have been deposited at the Truth and Dignity Commission. Of course, we could deal with the list of the martyrs and wounded from a different standpoint. We are in the Dignity Fund dealing with the victims of dictatorship, those who deposited their files in the Truth and Dignity Commission, who benefited from irrevocable reparation decisions that are not subject to any appeal. My colleague reminded me of something. If you have any thing you want to do as a special desire, you have to do it on your own. Now we don't want any we have ensured the dismissal of Amel Mastouri from the Dignity Fund following the suspicions. We had a discussion with Hayat Wartani about the presidency of the Dignity Fund, but one of the MP who claimed that she was the one that dismissed Hayat Al-Arfani and appointed Abdelrazak Al-Kilani, who was advocating within TDC the alleged perpetrators, and who are now in the forces of the counter-revolution and the parliament that we consider as a corrupt parliament. with these people. They want really to hijack transitional justice, and they want to set up a supreme committee to deal with the perpetrators. For those who are preparing for December 10, there will be a meeting in the League of Human Rights with all the national forces, unlike what is done by other organizations, and not with the. There will be a meeting with the many associations of the judges and those who are dealing with transitional justice, with a national coalition that has its own interpretation of transitional justice, and we will force the three powers to enforce all the output of transitional justice as a law to be enforced and not to be discussed, including the President of the Republic. He was a nice student and he was a good professor. He taught at the university. He came to the revolution as a nice person. And now he became president. He has not yet perpetrated any human rights violations. He has now an opportunity on the Universal Commemoration of Human Rights to apologize to the victims. And these people, after the May 2019, came to power after a move by the victims and the protesters, and they accepted the final report after the movement of the 16th of June, when the minister Ayesh El-Hammami came back to the commission, and he received the register, and he really struggled for its publication in the National Printing Department. These folks have other priorities. They do not understand what the situation is all about. Now, they have never come across the final report, that this final report has established 219 victim regions, which entitles 11 million people to reparation. The parliament, the law provides for the establishment of a commission that is tasked to supervise the governmental program. And now the members of the Commission for the Revolutions, Wounded and Martyrs, for me, Mr. Abdelrazak Kilani has demeaned himself from the dean of the Lawyers Association to a position that is really inferior. We know that this Commission for the Revolutions, Martyrs and Wounded has been suspected for many ill practices. Now we know that the counter-revolution is now triumphant, now that today the country is ruled by a right-leaning, regressist and backpedaling government. I would like to address the victims of dictatorship who have fought against the previous fascist governments, who really resisted Ben Ali and Bourguiba. We want these people to come together to force the ruling coalitions that deny those who elected them. A large part of those who worked on victims and worked on the program of the Truth and Dignity Commission have become deputies, and now who characterized Nabil Qarwi as a corrupt person are now joining hands with Nabil Qarwi. We want these groups of victims to join hands and to force to focus on the project of transitional justice in order to achieve the process of transitional justice and to enforce all of the recommendations in the final report, and to ensure all civil and political rights are guaranteed to the right holders. We have so many victims who are waiting for the final list to be drawn up 5 years on, and with the successive governments coming to power, nothing has been done. We are not represented in a corrupt parliament based on corrupt funds and foreign support. In a regressist government, the only hope in this government is the output of the transitional justice. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Makram. I give the floor to Mr. Karim.
Please try to be brief and concise, because we still have two people wishing to take the floor, and we don't have enough time for the next sessions. As you can see already, the next speaker is online. Good afternoon, everybody, and I would like to hail everybody here present. May all the martyrs rest in peace, and may our friend Mohsen Nigri rest in peace. He helped and accompanied the ICTJ during all its activities from Bizerta to Tatooine, and unfortunately, we have not even received condolences when he passed away. So I would like to go back to the topic is how we can design and fund reparation programs. I don't know whether this conference would have taken place in 2018 during the National Consultancy for the reparation programs carried out by the Commission, and which ended up in about 200 pages report, and it includes all the types and of the financial reparation methods, including apologies from the head of the state. And here I would like to ask the question whether they are trying to make up for that forgotten policy, or whether it's only a way to make up for that. I don't know really the position of the ICTJ from what was said in the report itself. What is needed now is that we debate and we talk about a combative program according to the expectations of the victims, and which consisted in launching the train of transitional justice, which stopped on the 24th of June when the report was issued. Now, maybe we should talk about a conference about the funding of this, a workshop about the funding of this fund, and a workshop about how to support the specialized chambers. But today, a doubt is cast on this list, and a doubt is cast about its content. So for me, this is a way, this is a sort of wrapping up all the decisions and concealing the decision of the report published on the 24th of June. We adhere and we support this report as well as its outcomes, and we have no other choice but to commit ourselves because it is constitutional and a lawful report. What we need today is a combating policy and a combating unity, which shall meet on the 10th of December, be it at the regional level, if the health situation allow us. It will be held in Al Kasbah place, and it will bring together all the processes of the NGOs and the groups and the defenders of transitional justice. We shall meet to stand up together and to defend the launching and the triggering of the train of transitional justice. So we support all the outcomes of the report of the Dignity and Truth Commission. I have some comments about previous people who took the floor. For instance, I don't know who Mr. Abdrazak was representing, and he was talking like he was in the opposition, and he did not really suggest any tangible solution. I asked him a question, but he did not, unfortunately, answer it. With regard to Mrs. Elena, I followed what you said, and she suggested, and I think she said something that may be considered as casting doubt on the list itself. Nobody supported that. We called we asked the Commission of Truth and Justice to have an open list. Today we have other means and ways to adjust things, but casting doubt on the list itself, I don't think this is a positive attitude. With regard to ill-gotten assets and the funding of the fund, talking about the ill-gotten funds and their restitution, I think it's talking about that is a waste of time, because it is an intricate issue, and we witnessed this in Philippines and in other countries. It is haze that evaporating haze on which we shouldn't be wasting time and talking about it. The funds of this fund are actually stipulated by the law, 10 million dinars, and then we need to carry out an international campaign in order to raise funds for the fund. This is everybody's duty and everybody's role. These are only a few comments I wanted to make. Our expectations are as follows. The state should apologize formally. We should launch a framework for transitional justice. We have the list of the victims. We have to implement the fund with all its mechanisms, be it administrative and so on and so forth. In addition to this, we need to launch a debate about Article 70. We know that the legal deadline is a year since the report was issued. What is left now? Can the government who did not give us any sign or any indicator so far, practical indicator, can the government do anything now? We needed to exert pressure on this government. With regard, we refuse all types of reconciliations outside the process of transitional justice, and therefore we would like to address the committee, especially the president of the committee of the revolution victims and wounded. I don't know what the chairman is doing. He's reading other fights and combating for other things. So, but in his capacity of the chairman of the committee, he must request the parliament to implement Article 70 to monitor the activities of the government with regard to this file. It seems like that he does not understand anything from what he said. We're not asking for the amending of law number 53 for all the reasons that you know, and I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you to all the victims and their groups and NGOs. Mrs. Silva Gantry wishes to say something. Would like to give an answer to what you said. نقطة نظام. Thank you very much. I adhere to what Mr. Makram al-Hussein said, but first of all, neither the institutions nor the law will solve the problem. We are talking about reparation programs, organizing a meeting in the absence of the victims themselves, in the framework of the ICTJ or the German association. They cannot talk, they cannot discuss a matter without the presence of the people who are concerned, the victims themselves. I'm against what is happening. I have come to clarify this point, that this is not a legal thing. Now, 10 years after of transitional justice, after the law, after the setting up of the commission, and I have always been criticizing the commission, but the commission is the legal entity, the legal body, despite our refusal, despite our the refusal of its activities, some of its activities. But we shouldn't actually throw in the basket everything that has been done by the Transitional Justice Commission. But to see GIZ and ICTJ talking about transitional justice and the reparation fund, etc., etc., and even invite Kamur. Kamur is a political problem. They shouldn't be invited to what we call transitional justice. Not only in Tunisia. You have witnessed failed, but you faced a failure in Colombia. Wherever you could talk about the victims. No, the victims are not pupils in schools. They have acquired 10 years of experience, and some of them actually are working in international organizations. So you should deal with the victims as rational people, not as service receivers. If you wanted to discuss with this topic, you have to listen carefully and to the victims. And therefore, I would like to condemn what is happening, and you need to observe the international standards followed by the international organization. Our work is the capacity building of the local NGOs so that they can play their role. We'd like to call upon the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to see to monitor any activity carried out outside the international law. With regard to the content now, whoever speaks about granting new scores and new marks, I have published a lot of studies about this, about the reparation marks, but the law is the foundation, and if you want to cast doubt, you have to cast doubt about it through the judicial system and not really reformulate it. Number two, whoever speaks about the funding of the fund and foreign money, in the plundered money, I think that Sihem spoke about the responsibility of the international organization who impoverished Tunisia and supported the tyranny, including the World Bank, because, as Mr. Hussein said, the law did not speak about the funding of this fund, about the plundered, seized money and ill-gotten money abroad. Another issue, a second issue, concerns the ill-gotten assets. You need to observe the victims. They are not pupils to receive lessons. If you wanted to do anything, you need to you need to listen to them and listen to their vision, and you need to observe the law regulating the work of international organizations in foreign countries. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. I'm not supposed to intervene, but we have to answer some of what's been said. First of all, my name is Selwa Gantry, the director of the International Center for Transitional Justice. I have to answer. There's a bit of confusion and a misinterpretation of what has been sent in terms of the invitation to the victims and other participants. I don't understand why it has been misconstrued that we are here to make a consultation instead of the Commission, whereas the memo that we sent that we have to take into account in the agenda the transitional justice and the recommendations regarding reparation and the list of beneficiaries. That's in the introduction. In the background, in addition to listening to victims, the Truth and Dignity Commission conducted a national consultation on reparation and adopted in 2018 the standards for the granting of reparation and provided immediate reparation, and we talked about the unified record for the victims. The topic of this workshop is how to fund and design reparation programs that would be implemented by the Dignity Fund in terms of those who received the reparation decisions. This is not about different standards, and there is no other thing to consider. The funding of the Dignity Fund. Let me just finish. On this basis, we contacted the Prime Ministry, and that's why we had a representative of the Ministry of the State Property, and we conducted all the players. And I'd like to add that when we had the government of Farfetch, we agreed with Mr. Ayesh Hamami that the Ministry of Human Rights be a partner in this event, and they agreed about it once the topic of this seminar was suggested to benefit the Dignity Fund and to help the fund really speed up the funding of the Dignity Fund to ensure, Mr. Karim, why don't you let me finish? Please respect, as we listen to you, please hear me out. So to ensure the funding of the Dignity Fund. So when the new government kept quiet, we didn't want to remove this activity, and we wanted to maintain this workshop. There's something that I need to say to draw your attention. Probably you may overlook the misinterpretation of the invitation, but the recommendations of the Truth and Dignity Commissions will not be implemented by themselves and not be implemented automatically unless everybody really chips in and contributes to their implementation. There are those who said that the state apology and reparation should be addressed only to the list that was published by the Truth and Dignity Commission. Can you please let me finish? I did not interrupt you. Please let me finish. The list, as an international center for transitional justice, since we started work, we asked for an open list, first because there are so many victims, and those who have worked with the women victims, there are so many victims. Once the deadline of the 30th of June 2013 heard that they could deposit their files, why do we say today that we have to really blame that list? There are people who had never heard about the possibility to deposit their files before the 30th of June 2013. But if you maintain the open list, that would grant more fairness for those who have not come under the official realm of the Truth and Dignity Commission. So this seminar came not to really doubt the Truth and Dignity Commission or to really deny the reparation decisions. The Dignity Fund has to devise a program to register those who have reparation decisions. The Dignity Fund has to have a list of those who benefited from reparation decisions. This will not just be a disburser. The disbursement will be the final stage. There's work to be done, and there has to be funding, and there has to be joint efforts. I really regret that we hear such comments. Please let me finish. Why did we invite you then? Why did we invite you? We apologize because we do not hear the speaker on the other side. He's not using a microphone. I answered and I welcome everyone. And let me finish. I will give you the floor. Let's listen to each other. There has to be mutual respect. I really heard you out, and let me just finish. There's nothing to conceal. We invited everyone. Please, let's not interrupt each other. I think you should give them the floor back because this is a unidirectional dialogue. We should give the floor to the lady. That's according to the list of speakers Hello, everyone. I'd like to thank you for the invitation. My name is Emil Nemri in the National Commission for the Victims of Dictatorship, focusing on the bread incidents. I'd like to join the lady who said that there are so many victims who never managed to register their names in the list of victims. There are wounded who never benefited from any reparation decisions from TDC because they have never heard of the TDC. Only now did they come to stage protests and sit in, and only now have they heard about these reparation decisions. As far as I'm concerned, I deal with the bread incidents. My father is one of the victims. The compensation will not be enough for the imprisonment years that my father had spent in prison, whose consequences are still borne by us. When you speak about compensation, you have to think about psychological counseling in order to really relieve the suffering of my father. There are other people who benefited from reparation decisions and who are entitled to medical care, to transportation, and we know these people. And with regards to those who are leading these protests, they know very well that there are people who are waiting for compensation from the Dignity Fund because they have never worked and they have no livelihood whatsoever for survival. And compensation is not here requested as a form to forget about our grievances. Of course, the money that will be deposited in the fund will be in foreign currency, whereas the beneficiaries will get these grants in Tunisian dinars. So these funds are designed to serve the marginalized regions and the victims. And in light of the economic crisis, later on, the fund will receive, the Dignity Fund will receive financing, and that is likely to reduce unemployment. Once the fund starts operating, many people will benefit from medical care because many people are in urgent need for medical care. These people have really struggled, and now at an advanced age they are left with nothing, no jobs, nothing. Some people started working and were fired for the rest of their career, and that's why we need to help them. Thank you.
Thank you for your quick and rapid intervention. This is going to be a dialogue. It's not going to be a discussion. It's not going to be a debate. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time. Unfortunately, we have other... please. Sorry, we have other people. We're going to start the next session. We can stay until 5, and at 5 you can take the floor again. Please, with no disputes, please, no disputes. We have the restraint of the next session. Sorry, we can't hear the speaker because he's not. Please, we have our guests, our foreign guests, wishing to take the floor at the scheduled time. Thank you. We can't hear the speaker because he's not using the microphone. We have... Good afternoon. With regard to the problem which happened here, you know, say, for example, you know, with regard to the list of the victims, you know, we can actually provide them with the reparation and constitution. You know, if there are other people, if there are other people, they can wait. They will be added to the list. Why do you want to prevent me from getting my reparation and constitution just because you're not still on the list? With regard to Mr. Kilani, I spoke with him, personally with Mr. Kilani, and I told him, I would like to ask you a question. This is a transitional justice. Does this regard you? I said, I told him, I am part of the wounded people during the revolution. For the list of the wounded people and the victims, let's pay tribute and give justice to those who are on the list. If your name is on the list, you have a right, and if you waited, you know, he needs to receive this reparation and financial restitution. But if there are other people, they can wait and they will be added to the list and get their reparations also. But those who are already on the list should receive their rights without further delay. The problem is that we have different lists, Boudrebel list, another list. So we have a court, we have a state, and we can publish one single unified list. You know, Mr. Boudrebel took 4 or 5 times and came out with a list. And he said, so why don't you publish it? Why don't you publish it? And the other people who think they should have been on the list, they can resort and have recourse to the administrative court. We have courts, we have system working in Tunisia. You know, you're a wounded person, your name has not been put on the list. It's very easy. You just go to the court and to make sure that your name is added to the list. You know, a lot of blood has been shed. Many people has spent years and years in prison. You know, don't give too many promises that you cannot respect, that you cannot observe. You know, you are working in many international, in other countries. You don't know what is happening in Tunisia. You know we don't really know what is happening in Tunisia. You know, here people are wanted to save time, to earn time. You know, people tell us, I'd like to set up the fund. Then you have waited for 8 months. So we have been patient enough. They tell us we'll establish a fund, we'll open the fund, and then we'll try to raise money and resources for this fund. At least we can be patient if we see that you are doing something positive, that you are working. You know, when I suffered and I bleeded during the revolution to tumble down the tyranny, you know, we are the people, and the people detains the ultimate power and the ultimate authority. The Tunisian people detains the final authority, and therefore, you know, at Tunisia as a country, which is the smallest country after Bahrain in terms of surface and in terms of the number of people, you have to respect people, and you need to implement the resolution and the decisions. You know, so we are ready to accept reparation, and then, but one day we'll not accept any repairings, whether financial or psychological or whatsoever, and this will lead to violence and lead to chaos in the whole country. And say, I'm going to give you money, I'm going to repair, to give you the necessary repairs, and say, no, I will tell them, no, I don't need it. Listen, there comes a time when we will not accept anything at all, and then the country will be living in total chaos. You need to open this fund immediately, and we will wait until you raise the necessary funds. Otherwise, the country will be living in utter chaos and will be refusing all types of repairs. You know, now there is a lot of frustration prevailing in this country And this is the advice to the government. You have a good opportunity to make reforms. Forget about the disputes and differences. Our requests and quests are all known. All we want is the opening of a fund. We're not going to invite to invent a missile or a probe. No, no. For example, you don't need to appoint someone who doesn't have any prerogatives. He cannot do anything because he has not been officially appointed. The victims are people who are well aware. Although we are now living in a peaceful state, one day or another, we'll be living in total chaos, and the victims will not accept any compensation or any reparations, and this will be living like Libya or other countries. So it is high time you use this opportunity to take a good decision and save time, but you shouldn't really for example, if you promise me to give me $100 at the end of the month, and I knock on your door and you don't give me this, this will be a problem. We face this with Mr. Ghariani. We are facing the problem of the corona pandemic. And then, if we are going to carry out this sitting at La Casbah on the 10th of December, this will cast doubt on the good image of Tunisia. Imagine the tourists looking at us, gathering a large number of people at La Casbah. All we are asking is to give us our rights. We deserve these rights. This is our rights. Otherwise, as I said, Tunisia will be in utter, total chaos. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We have no time, really. We have no time. We have 2 additional sessions to go, and therefore we are tied by the internet connection. 10 minutes is your break, and we will come back for 2 additional sessions when we will have room for additional discussions. back once again. We move on to the second session of our today's workshop. How can communities and groups be identified as reparations beneficiaries? We have the director of the program of ICTJ, Kelly Model, the senior expert in ICTJ's Gender Justice Director, who now is given the floor. Please go ahead. You will be the moderator. Thank you. Kelly, did you hear us? Can you hear us, Kelly? Can you hear us, Kelly? Can you hear us, Kelly? If you can, please switch on your camera for the conference. Funding repair of the technical hiccup, I'd like to introduce Christian Correa, who is a senior program expert in ICTJ, to speak on experience of reparation in Colombia and Peru and how they managed to identify communities and groups as reparation beneficiaries. You have the floor, Mr. Christian. You have the floor, Mr. Christian Correa.
Endowment for Democracy in U.S. government gave them some money, tinulungan pa ng ICTJ to register themselves as a legal entity. Tapos, I don't know, siguro dahil away nga ni Salwat, yung head ng Truth Commission, na nung head ng Truth Commission ni Sihem, na parang ina-attack, na nakuha siya ba?
Ano?
Taas. Oo, the other day, nag-issue sila ng statement, siya lang, kasi yung mga member niya, hindi naman sumama, na yung ICTJ daw can substitute for the Commission recommendations on reparation. Kinarify ni Salwa na we're not substituting, kaya nga in-invite namin yung Prime Minister at saka kayo. Kasi how do you implement those recommendations? Para akala mo ba self-implementing yan? I-recommend kayo and then it just happened? Why do you think it hasn't happened? Kanina, ang gulo nila. Nag-attend sila.
Ruben, can you hear the
Kaya
flow
namin
from
isawa na,
Tunisia?
if we wanted to exclude you, why did we invite you?
Ruben, can you hear us from Tunisia here? Haytham is talking to you. Your microphone was on. Kelly, can you please speak in the microphone so we can test your voice?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we hear you loud and clear.
Excellent. I had to re-log in, so thank you very much.
Can you turn on your camera, please, Kelly?
That I'm still having problems with. Sorry, it won't seem to turn on. So
That's okay.
I will continue to work on that, but maybe I should introduce the panel right now since we're running behind time. So apologies for not having the camera on. I wish it was on, and I will continue to try to figure that out. But as Haytham said, the panel today and this afternoon, or I guess it's not even afternoon your time, is it? Yes, I think it is how communities and groups can be identified as reparations beneficiaries. And it's a really interesting topic and important, I think, because many different countries have provided collective or community reparations, but they have often decided who qualifies or what the definition of a community or collective that can qualify for reparations very differently. Each country has chosen sort of different criteria by which they decide what a community is or what a collective is. And sometimes, often it is those who have been particularly impacted by a conflict or repression, but also it has provided a chance in some countries for those groups that are marginalized, that are often invisible, such as victims of sexual violence, to be able to receive reparations as a group. And this has been helpful in many ways. We have two people with us today who are experts and are going to be able to shed light on this subject, both in terms of what has happened across the globe and provide comparative experiences, but also in terms of the specific Tunisian experience. And with regard in particular to women and the different harms that they have suffered and what reparations can bring to them. There has been a slight change in the agenda in that the third participant, who was Tariq Haddad, who was supposed to join us, can't. So we will have Christian Correa and Hen Bouziri speak today. So I'm going to introduce Christian first. He is an expert in the definition and implementation of reparations programs for mass human rights violations. He has provided advice and technical assistance to both governments and civil society in countries around the world, including Colombia, Peru, Timor-Leste, Cote d'Ivoire, Kenya, Sri Lanka, as well as others. He also played several important roles in Chile with the administration of reparation. He was the legal advisor for the commission of the presidency of Chile, which was responsible for identifying the disappeared and defining a human rights policy. And he then also served as the legal secretary of the Commission of Political Imprisonment and Torture of Chile. So I am going to hand the floor to Christian to talk about reparations for communities and collectives in other countries. Christian, the floor is yours. I don't think we can hear you. I think you may now be able to speak, Christian. I think you're now unmuted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Okay,
we can.
Let's try this.
Thank you, Christian.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for everybody who has been working hard in this conference and those who are participating in it. I think it's very important to discuss in concrete terms how we implement something that has been recommended, because the stage of implementation is the key part of a process. It's not enough to have a good design. And usually what we face in several experiences is that we fail to implement. If you look at different experiences around the world, the most often problem of reparation is that it's a promise that is never fulfilled. So the promise is made, but it's left there. So distinguishing design and implementation is important, and making an effort on implementation is very relevant. I'm going to share experiences about the definition and implementation of forms of collective reparations, and particularly on the selection of communities for collective reparations. And both cases show a challenge that was mentioned before, which is the challenge of including all victims on a registry in a way that is a transparent process, that is an inclusive process, but also can make a good assessment of what and who should be prioritized, and on collective reparations, how to combine that with the need to a broader decentralization and development policy to guarantee that those communities that won't be selected still will be included in the development of the country. And to make sure then that the promise of addressing the causes and the consequences of dictatorship or violence and marginalization are fulfilled. So the other issue that I want to mention is that it's very difficult, that one important component of any reparations policy is to be well focused on the specific context, the realities it tries to address. When examining comparative experience, it's important to consider the need for adapting lessons and ideas. This demands understanding why those policies were defined in the way they were. We can't look at Colombia, Peru without understanding why they made those choices. Only then we could understand the lessons those different experiences offer us and adapt them to a particular context, in this case, Tunisia. So on collective reparations in Peru, Peru suffered an internal armed struggle as a result of a Maoist armed insurgency from 1980 to 1993. This resulted in approximately 78,000 people killed and many other violations, including massacres of entire communities. The insurgency, known as Sendero Luminoso or Shining Path, focused on the Andean region and the areas of the Amazon basin, inhabited mostly by indigenous peoples of different ethnicities. These are the most marginalized areas in the country. Insurgents targeted local mayors, community leaders, indigenous leaders, and anyone who opposed them. They even destroyed civil registries and schools, as those institutions were considered that they represented the bourgeois state. The response from the government was entirely military, and the armed forces, not sufficiently understanding the social dynamics of the region, who was who, adopted scorched earth tactics against any community they suspected could be of support of Sendero Luminoso, including also local leaders and community organizers, and of course, human rights defenders. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission, formed by a democratic government in 2000, was shocked to learn the number of people killed. They never imagined that there were so many, but mostly how predominantly indigenous were the victims. The sudden realization of the scale of the massacre and that most victims were indigenous was an undeniable fact. This contrasted with the impassive reaction of the elite in the middle class who lived in the coastal cities. It was a wake-up call about the level of marginalization and racism that affected the Andean and Amazon regions. The invisibility at the eyes of the middle class was evidence of a dark reality of Peruvian society. And this could be an important contribution, a commission aimed at looking at an armed struggle to identify something darker than even those massacres, the reality of exclusion, but even invisibility of those massacres in the eyes of the middle class living in the coastal areas. In addition to a comprehensive policy for individual reparation, the Truth Commission recommended implementing a collective one. This was focused on small communities affected by massacres, targeted killings of leaders, scorched earth tactics, and massive displacement. The identification of these communities was based on several factors that revealed those forms of victimization. These were small rural communities with strong identity ties, communal property, and community traditions. Or small towns. They were registered based on a massive process of going to the affected areas and interviewing the leaders and members of the communities, examining where the violence was more acute, and organizing a list of communities based on the categories of extreme degree of harm, high degree of harm, medium, and low degree of harm. More than 5,700 communities were registered, including 1,200 that suffered extreme harm and a similar number who suffered high degree of harm. So this categorization of the ones that would suffer the most was very important. Even if the Truth Commission recommendation was aimed at approaching the harms in a comprehensive action to each of them, the government opted for something more simple, just one project per community of a maximum of $3,700. The project had to be decided by the communities themselves through a participatory process that emphasized the participation of women. The scope of the task, even if defined in such a simplified manner as one investment project per community, has been immense. But after 10 years, only 1,852 projects have been completed. Of the more than 5,000 communities, less than 2,000 projects have been completed. However, the Truth Commission understood that marginalization affecting those large regions was not an issue to be addressed by targeting individual communities only. It required addressing more substantial conditions. The Commission did not identify these policies as reparation, but as structural reforms. The Commission examined the causes and identified the high degree of centralization of decision-making, as well as the dire conditions of infrastructure and basic services, like healthcare and education, and the high levels of poverty. And this was coming from a just learning about the huge invisibility of these communities. So it recommended significant reforms to increase the authority and resources of regional governments, to guarantee their representativity through better designed selection of members of regional council and a stronger transparency and accountability. One particularly effective measure was mandating participatory budgeting processes at the regional governments to implement in a way where the community was part of deciding the regional budget, the regional government budget. Additionally, the national government directed several development policies to the regions affected by conflict, which were also the poorest, most marginalized, and inhabited by indigenous communities. It directed a poverty alleviation policy with a special focus and additional resources targeting those regions. It increased the budget allocation on education to significantly increase education enrollment on those regions, educational attainment, so children stayed longer at school, they completed school, completion, and bilingual education in indigenous language and in Spanish. And it also launched a massive registration process, giving birth certificates to more than 1 million indigenous Peruvians and identity cards to help them exercise their rights. So this combination of community reparations, reforms for decentralization and more power and resources for regional governments, and some centralized policies with a special focus on addressing some of the aspects of more dire marginalization of the communities, was a three-pronged process that could be a very interesting lesson to observe, that is not just focused on reparations. But despite this approach of improving the capacity and representative of regional governments and some targeted efforts of national policies directed to these communities, conditions of marginalization persist. The impact of COVID-19 had shown the insufficient capacity of the healthcare system through the country. Entrenched racism and invisibility of the marginalized community that has been going on for 500 years is still prevalent. And it's not something that a reparation policy or a series of reforms can address in such a short period as 15 years. So when you identify high degree of marginalization, you need to act, but you know that this is a long-term process. Still, these actions are a small progress that shows the potential of such an approach in the long term. That would be what I could summarize the lesson from Peru. Let me move to a very different experience, which is the collective reparations in Colombia, not implemented after Truth Commission recommendation, but designed as a single-out policy. The reparations policy was designed before the Truth Commission. The Truth Commission is just working now, and this policy was designed 10 years ago. So Colombia has suffered an internal armed conflict of massive scale over the last 50 years. As in Peru, it has roots on marginalizations and abandonment of rural communities and indigenous people throughout its vast and inaccessible territory. The conflict is also fueled by a corrupted influence of drug trafficking and the capacity of armed groups to reinvent themselves as criminal organizations. An overambitious collective reparations policy was designed to address all the needs and demands of the affected communities. Those communities could request their inclusion at the program in addition to the registration of effort conducted by the government entity responsible for implementing reparations to those communities that they consider the most affected. So it has two sources: communities that apply and the government going to communities based on the information they have about the most serious areas affected by the conflict. And that led to a process of identifying 620 communities. So those 620 beneficiaries of collective reparations were identified. And most of them are communities affected by violence. After this election, these communities start a participatory process of defining a comprehensive reparations plan guided by the same government entity. These plans, sorry, I get distracted. These plans consist on a broad definition of measures that often include educational, healthcare, or other infrastructure services that address marginalization. They also contain the provision of services to address the specific consequences of the violence in the community, like psychosocial care. The breadth of measures included in the plan, though, has made it difficult to implement these plans. So these are very participatory and comprehensive plans, but also that makes it complex and difficult to identify who's responsible to implement what. And something that was discussed in the previous panel, the unfulfilled promises, the ability to make promises, but not the ability to carry them out, is something that has shown in this case. After 6 years since implementation started, none of the cases that were finalized, of the plans that were finalized, have been, of the plans that were agreed with the government have been finalized. Not even the plans defined during the pilot phase, which happened 12 years ago, have been entirely implemented. However, as in the case of Peru, Colombia has designed another form of addressing marginalization and exclusion resulted from a combination of 4 factors. Areas or communities affected by serious violations committed during the armed conflict, high poverty, absence of state services, and the presence of illegal crops like drug cultivation. The areas covered are not limited to communities. In some cases, they consist in one municipality or in part of one. In others, include several municipalities. They cover a total of 16 areas comprising 170 municipalities, which cover more than 1/3 of the national territory of the country, and included 6.6 million people. So this is a huge effort. The projects involving the 16 areas total $722 million in estimated costs, ranging from small areas where the projects are less than 3 million to a wider and more complex one that costs a total of $86 million. The policy was announced in 2016, and it's supposed to be implemented over a 10-year period. Some small progress has been achieved, but it's too early to assess the overall impact, despite having passed almost half of the implementation period. So this is interesting, but I'm afraid that in Colombia, as we had a problem between the gap between design and implementation on collective reparations, we may also have a problem between design and implementation on this ambitious policy for the recovery of marginalized and affected territories. So that's also a lesson to observe. Which are the promises that you can make that you will be able to fulfill? Conclusion, both approaches to collective harm and marginalization offer interesting lessons to be observed for Tunisia, in my opinion. Some of the highlights could be the more comprehensive strategies address marginalization and exclusion as a political problem, not only to be addressed by action or implemented through a targeted development policy, but that needs to include political reforms in terms of resources, capacity, and representativity of regional and local governments. Marginalization could be the result of a heavily centralized policy that excluded and marginalized certain regions, as well as by local or regional governments that excluded or marginalized certain communities or sectors in those regions. So when we look at marginalization, we shouldn't look only about regions versus capital, but also about issues of representativity and legitimacy of regional governments. And that's more complex and more political to look. And these are not issues to be addressed only by reparations policies. Addressing marginalization and exclusion as a form of reparations through a series of extraordinary plans looks insufficient, if not accompanied by a broader development project. Perhaps a combination of regions and identification of certain communities inside those regions could guarantee effectiveness, while also targeting most affected communities inside them. You may have a region that was marginalized, but certain neighborhoods or towns or sectors in that region that are the most marginalized in the region too. The implementation gap shows how difficult these processes are and how much time and effort required to complete them. These policies need to be implemented in a successive administration. So this is not just something that one government will take. They need to become a state long-term policy. And that requires adequate regional representation and reforms to make sure that regional people living in the regions have a voice at the national government, but also they have a voice at the regional government. The selection of the areas or communities require a centralized policy to assess conditions based on common indicators that could prioritize the most important. So when we're talking specifically about reparations, the selection of those who will benefit from reparations is also a key question. Objective criteria, you need to find, to define transparent process to define who will be receiving some targeted reparations policies. And that transparent processes need to be able, and maybe this is interesting in the Peruvian case, need to register all those affected and then rank them based on some criteria to make sure that you start for those that are in most need. And perhaps you will never be able to reach those who are in the list but are lower in the degree of harm identified. But this needs to be transparent and objective based on certain indicators. So you could avoid that only those who have more lobbying capacity, only those who have the ability to bring technicians and engineers to make a good proposal will be the ones who receive collective reparations. Requires then a process of selection that cannot be left to that lobbying capacity of certain groups, or the ability to present projects that are well formulated. Because in many cases, an indicator of marginalization could be precisely the inability to present a coherent and well-formulated project. So the selection criteria needs to be able to identify all the affected, rank them in in a way that is agreed and transparent, and then decide where to start. But this will be insufficient if it's not accompanied by more political and strong reforms on decentralization and representation. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. That was a very interesting presentation. And I think you hit on some really key and important points. One of those being the difference between designing your reparations program and then its actual implementation, and how there is often a gap in what is promised and what actually becomes implemented, and the need to be aware of victim expectations with that. I think also your point about needing to really understand, if you're looking at other contexts, and in this case, Colombia and Peru, really needing to understand what is behind those violations, what caused them and what the consequences were, and what the dynamics were of those conflicts and marginalization, in order to understand how you can apply lessons from them in other contexts such as Tunisia. So how can you adapt those reparations programs or the criteria they use to be relevant in the Tunisian context? I think it was really important to know it's not something you can just take and apply elsewhere wholesale. And then I think the other point that really stood out to me was the issue of reparations being incredibly important, and community reparations contributing to long-term change, that they themselves aren't going to solve marginalization issues or fully change the dynamics of politics and how different areas have political power and engage with the central government, but that they need to be accompanied by larger structural and political reforms. And I was struck particularly by you saying that in Peru, 15 years later, there's still marginalization, and that it's a very long-term process, that small gains are made, and those are important, but that one can't expect a complete turnaround in the dynamics of how marginalized communities are treated in the government, but that it really takes time. So thank you for that. It was very interesting. I would like to now hand the floor over to Hen Bouziri, who is an assistant professor in the Higher Institute of Management of Tunis, but she is also currently the vice president in charge of projects and the former president of the Women's Victims Association, Tunisiet, who's done some really amazing work in Tunisia, particularly with victims of sexual violence. So I hand the floor over to you, Hen. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks to ICTJ. I thank Salwa for the invitation. And we're happy to resume working after the days off and the confinement from COVID-19. I apologize for not being with you yesterday because I was a bit working. I just want to reiterate that Association of Tunisiet is not a women victims association, but it is working on gender issues. We would be honored to be working on behalf of the victims, but many people would believe that we are, association for victims, and people would expect us, when we are working on gender issues, that we are not working enough on women's victims and victims in general. We are working to promote women's presence in all areas of expertise, and transitional justice, as earlier discussed, is a great issue with a lot of polarization. And the speaker right before me said something very important. The process of transitional justice cannot be fair and cannot achieve justice unless it takes into account the social specificities of the country, where the process is being implemented. As far as is concerned, transitional justice is an ongoing process. As an evidence for that, I see all people here, I see familiar faces, but 90% of those here present know each other starting from 2011. Well, the process is still on, and those who join the process are most welcome, because we want to build a successful and a pioneer Tunisian experience that will have more impact than any other experiences. As far as we're concerned, the topic that I will discuss most is women's rights in transitional justice, the importance for transitional justice to have a gender-based dimension, because even human rights organizations did not believe in that. For them, victims are victims, men or women, no difference. But field work has proved that especially the associations that have worked with victims directly, they have many surveys that proved and established that there is a specificity, and that to achieve justice, the gender dimension has to be present in transitional justice, starting from the law. Of course, we wanted this dimension to be provided for in the law, and also in the composition of the Truth Commission, and in the final report that we struggled with when it came to the final report. As far as it's concerned, we try to build on what has been done, on the sacrifices of people. God bless the soul of Mr. Mohsen. We can't believe he passed away recently. There are people who really worked with that, but who left us, unfortunately. That work is very important, of course. I just wanted to add that we have powerful achievements, and we know, we are fully aware of the shortcomings. Starting from, we have powerful accomplishments based on the work of TDC, the final report, comprehensive report on reparation. Women, of course, were represented. We wanted the transitional justice to include the gender basis, because we understand that women would be dealt separately, and that if we don't work on this aspect, at least a category of women should be addressed to be present. But we know that most of women could not express their voices to the Truth and Dignity Commission. Even in the final report and the reparation decision, some of these women were classified as non-victims, even though they had clear evidence that they were entitled to the status of victim based on the enforced divorce and all kinds of aggressions. Based on the work of TDC upon which we want to build. But it's important that we are a civil society association, and that many people were not covered by reparation decisions, and many women didn't feel any fairness, were not feel they have not been just with them. Fairness and equity, even in the report, there was no full-fledged presence of the women in terms of the violations, the severity of the violations as portrayed in the final report of TDC. And the more severe the violations, like gross violations, like sexual aggressions and assaults, there was some kind of oversight and sort of very smooth oversight, as if those phenomena did not happen under the dictatorship. Most women were not represented on the scene of transitional justice. Even the numbers were not clear. The statistics were not clear. the number of women who were subject to rape, that number is not really clear. That's one kind of the violations, this marginalization, which is per se a violation of this category of women. We all know that that these violations happen. These are facts. We are not reinventing the wheel. Let us continue, and we try, with the resources on board, we try to fulfill and achieve justice and equality within the process of transitional justice. The question is how to guarantee dignity and satisfaction to women victims. We start from the achievements acquired, but we can say that there are shortcomings, but we need to try later to overcome these shortcomings. First of all, with regards to the funding of the reparation program, because the enforcement of reparation programs entails the presence of a structured fund with bylaws and a policy. In order, there must be policies for the enforcement and the implementation of the reparation decisions. We believe that if these policies did not take into account the gender dimension, they will be doomed to failure, because even in terms of funding, there has to be some kind of compliance with international standards upon which these policies should be built, and these international standards upon which we shall base the programs that will emanate from the Dignity Fund. I'm referring to regions and individuals. As far as we are concerned, the principle of sustainability and not to leave anyone behind, this is the principle that is likely to persuade the victims and the donors about the effectiveness and the usefulness of funding this fund. It's very important for the fund to start operating, but most importantly, how will this fund operate? This raises the explanation of the rationale, but the reality of the Tunisian state. As a Tunisian state, we are required to be in line with the international conventions. When refer the 1325 Convention about women and peace, which is Tunisia has ratified, and among its provisions we have the issue of prevention and also reparation. And we in Tunisia, we hold programs to implement this convention with the Ministry of Women, Justice and Health. But none of the ministries would include transitional justice in their annual programs to implement the 1325 resolution. We as a civil society, we need the state to really embrace and to bear its responsibility, not in a limited context, but we should not perceive the Dignity Fund as a fund located on an island. The state should not be contradictory in its policies and programs. We have to look, as far as we're concerned, the transitional justice law is constitutionalized, and it is the major guarantor. At the same time, we have to have policies that are consistent with the principles enshrined in the Constitution. We have the anti-violence law is very important, and Tunisia is really promoting this. And the violence targeting women within transitional justice, there was no response, even those from those working on gender-based violence. Furthermore, there is some kind of denial, except for some women organizations, which consider violence within the context of transitional justice is violence targeting women. I say this because we have huge programs, there are centers, we have institutions, and we have a big arsenal of laws that would coach and accompany women victims. not just by providing psychological care or counseling. That's why within the Dignity Fund, in order to provide rehabilitation for these women, it should be only through separate reparation decisions. Why don't we do that in association with the state programs that dedicate and earmark a budget for the mounting of projects? Because many women were keen on getting involved in the economic cycle, but there has to be a good, interaction with the state institutions. That's why the committee in charge that is under the Prime Ministry, there has, and with the involvement of the Ministry of Women, the Ministry of Women should be within this commission, and also with the Ministry of Women, we have the Office of Women, and that is spread nationwide. There's a budget earmarked for women who are victims of violence. We had a good experience with the Ministry of Social Affairs that really interacted better than the other ministries, but the issue of this interaction is interrupted because of some programs that were disrupted. That's why there's this kind of frustration on part of the civil society. Some programs start and then get disrupted. There are issues pertaining to the associations, but most importantly, there are issues about the lack of clarity, as if there's some kind of misunderstanding among the associations and with the associations operating in Tunisia. We want to be backed by powerful associations like ICTJ. We want this dynamic to exist between it and the associations, because women victims do not come to international associations. They come to the local associations. It's quite important, therefore, to involve the reparation programs. I refer to programs in terms of the implementation of reparation decisions. We have to involve the civil society that works on the field with these women. I just wanted to remind that in the law for the anti-violence law, we as association, we stood against political violence, and within this there's the violence that was applied to women out of political considerations. In the law there was no clear characterization, and we want to reiterate that the violence targeting women within the concept of transitional justice remains as violence, and the program funds dedicated to combat violence, it has to take this kind of violence either through the Dignity Fund or any other programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and it was a very interesting presentation. I think you reminded us of some really important elements, both in terms of designing reparations programs within Tunisia, but also their implementation, and things that the Dignity Fund needs to take into consideration. I think your point about the shortcomings in the TDC final report when representing both the severity of violence against women and also the numbers when it comes in particular to sexual violence, the numbers of women who suffered that particular violation is incredibly important to keep into consideration for when the Dignity Fund becomes operational, precisely for the reason that you said, which was that they need to design policies to ensure that women can participate and have access to reparations. And a key aspect of those policies, I think, should be learning from the TDC experience. And as we've seen in many contexts, establishing those policies from the beginning of a reparations program is incredibly important to ensuring that women and victims of gender-based violence don't become invisible in the process of implementing reparations and allowing them access. I also think your point at the end about the critical way to do that is to involve civil society, and not just civil society based in the capital, but local victims associations and local civil society groups in individual regions and also communities, because they are the ones who have access and the trust of victims, and they know the complexities that victims will face in trying to access reparations and also particular obstacles they may face. So this will be incredibly important for the Dignity Fund in developing policies to ensure that all victims are able to access reparations. I am being told that there are no questions as of now being posted on Facebook. So I think we'll hand over to Haitham for questions from the floor for our panelists.
So the floor is open for discussion. Mr. Ghazwani, you have the floor. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to extend my thanks to the ICTJ for giving us the opportunity and bring us together. And I hope this similar meetings will continue, will be held. Can you hear me? Can you hear the English translation? So let me repeat, I would like to extend my thanks to the ICTJ for giving us the opportunity to meet together around this program. That's to say the funding of the reparation fund. And I would like to record my surprise about some responses and some comments which were, I would say, were inappropriate. We suffered a lot in the past from dictatorship, and we don't want at the same time apply dictatorship against each other. I would like to say that we are victims, and as victims, as some of the participants stated, they are of all social categories and social intellectual sensitivities. We belong to different regions, different labor unions, and we are from different age groups, and Mr. Mohsen used to be with us, and may he rest in peace. And we don't know who's going to pass away, and consequently, I'd like to take this opportunity to tell people to resort to the reasoning capacity and forget and be oblivious to problems and disputes. Today, ICTJ has given us a tangible opportunity to meet and to debate, and in my capacity of former unionist, I used to work with Habib Ashur, may he rest in peace, the leader Habib Ashur, and we learned from him that every work is a good work and requires to use the opportunity and to promote the topic, we can succeed. And we need to come out with suggestions and recommendations and solutions. If you suggest solution, you may be fling doors open for other wider horizons, wider than the one where I am now. And transitional justice and this seminar has given us the opportunity to debate things, to enrich ourselves with ideas. And therefore, I would like to recommend, with regard to what we discussed, we need maybe to open a new list for other potential victims who couldn't register in the current list. I think I suggest also we should seek maybe another law issued by the Parliament to set up maybe another fund, because this fund and this framework law has come to an end because it had a certain deadline, a cut-off date. We cannot go back to it, and we cannot go back and discuss the topic. Whatever happened is enough, but we need to move forward. You know, the expert has just and our colleague Bouzeri has spoken about marginalization and about marginalized regions. Here I'd like to recall a region called the village Nasri from Meknesi. When I remember it, I start to weep. You know, there was Bourguiba. These people were put in this remote area on land state owned, and they asked them to build there's, you know, cottages or tents, and they got married there, and they have been completely neglected and marginalized. These people were militants and combated French colonizations, and they have been subjected to a lot of injustice. These people have been deprived of schooling, from the life of dignity, potable water, good housing. So all the violations have been perpetrated against them, like many other regions, as a matter of fact. And whenever you know, there are rains, you see many areas are flooded. Many NGOs organize caravans of solidarity to help these regions, to provide them with food, with so these violations are still perpetrated against them. The right to life of dignity is still required in many regions, in many locations. So when we start talking about funding the reparation fund, the fund of dignity, the fund has been determined, and the amount is 10 million dinars. This amount will not be enough. You know, if, for example, if they give them to me to ask an NGO to work on deprived areas, this will not even pay for the study, because there will be a need of investigation, data collection, bringing people together for interviews, and the previous speaker was talking about the civil society in the regions, CSOs in remote hinterland regions. How can you bring them together and to speak about their specificities and about their own personal needs? You cannot bring them. You have to go to them. And as a matter of fact, the people who are here in the room are from Tunis. There are people who live in Tunis. People did not have the opportunity to register in the victims list. Most of them are from the hinterland, who never heard about the Commission of Truth and Dignity. They don't even know the name of the president, let alone the program of the reparation programs. I would like to ask the president and the NGOs and ICTJ, and I do trust the chairwoman of ICTJ to look for funds to reach out for these people in remote areas, to involve them, to determine their needs, and to involve them in a reparation program. And we know that they lack health programs, potable water, decent housing, and other rights. I come from Nibber, from a village, and I know the needs of people, the roads, the tracks and the paths. You have seen the Facebook. People were laughing about the bridge. I think it was 1 meter high, but at the same time, people did need that bridge. And although it was a small bridge, it was inaugurated by the president. And we need to reach out for these people. And a child cannot walk if you don't reach out for him and take his hand. But people over there do not know how to ask for their rights. People in the marginalized areas do not know what they should be asking for. Shakespeare says nothing comes out of nothing, and therefore we need to forget about let's go and organize a sit-in in La Casbah. Myself, instead of going and organize a sit-in in La Casbah, I carry out a research, a study of priorities, and I say this is priority number 1, this is priority number 2. Apologies if I took too much of your time. Thank you very much for your attention. I understand that. Thank you. We now have another session, and which will be dealing with the same topic. Thank you. Madam Hamida, then Mr. Hamda. We still have another session. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to extend my thanks to the listeners through the website, through the Facebook. I'd like to react ask questions to both speakers. We can hear you. Can you hear the translation? So I would react to Mr. Kilium and to Ms. Bouziri. I will be speaking about the women. I will go back to an important issue, and I will be speaking about the Committee of Dignity and Truth. There is an injustice that is faced by women again after the revolution, and in its final resolution, as mentioned by Mrs. Bouziri. Mrs. Bouziri said that the serious violations against women under Ben Ali have not been mentioned, especially in the final report. These violations have not been classified, and it has not been classified in particular. Sexual violations have not been classified, and there was certain contradiction in the report. When you bring women to bear testimony publicly, and I was asked to do so. As you know, it will be very difficult to bear testimony. But although I mentioned some of the violations, serious violations that I underwent, actually the Commission was the one who convened us to bear testimony, but it does not publish that in the final report. This shows a certain contradiction in the work of the Truth and Dignity Commission, and I think I consider this even a violation. It's like I have been asked, I bore testimony, but at the same time I'm not credible, and whatever I said was not true. So this is another battle that we will rage with the women once we examine all the outputs of the final report. So, as you know, this session or this seminar is about the funding of the Dignity, the Dignity Fund. So, I would like to say that the reparation for women, we women, after 2 years, we were, or a group of women, we were expecting something else. We ratified and accepted the outcome of the report and its mechanisms and the marks that were assigned or earmarked to women, although there are other files of injustices. We were for an open list and for leaving the list open so that we can adjust and make up for shortcomings. So we listen to the yelling of women who have been subjected to injustices under Ben Ali, who have been dismissed from school, some from their jobs. Once the final report has been published, it does not pay them any justice. They were promised to receive some marks for reparation, but unfortunately they were dismissed. There were a lot of files bearing their numbers, but unfortunately they received only 0 marks. This is a fight that we are going to lead along with the NGOs and the international NGOs also, and international organizations whom we'd like to support this file. And I would like to call upon Ms. Keeley and through the international organization to defend this right the right that I had mentioned and the shortcomings of the report. Let's go back now to reparation. And we are victims. We have been exhausted by this topic. We held so many meetings, so many seminars, so many brainstorming sessions and consultancy work. But unfortunately, there is a strong political will against this. We would like to thank the organizations that are supporting us and who advocate our rights, supporting the NGOs working in this field, but at the same time, there is a total absence of a political will who turn a blind eye to our files and a deaf ear to our advocacies. We'd like to come out with something tangible and ostensible. Every time we meet, we talk, we discuss, etc. about these reparation programs, and the victims have indeed accepted the outcomes of the final report. Most of the victims accepted this reparation program, but at the same time, it has remained pure ink on white paper and has not been implemented. What's the use? What is the avail of sitting down or holding meetings and discussing? You are international organizations. You may have the capacity to exert pressure on the governments more than me. In my capacity of a victim, I can address them, but they will turn me a blind eye and a deaf ear. You know, we may organize sit-ins, and yet our demands will not be met, and that could explain why we still organize sit-ins. Consecutive governments have been oblivious to us and oblivious to our files. You know, we went to Mr. Ayeshi, we went to the minister entrusted with this file, said, no, it's not my business, it's not my duty to deal with these files. And now the new person has equally stated that I do not really understand the things, it's not my matter. So let us know who is going to implement the outcomes of the report. It's true we attend the seminars, it's true we extend thanks to the organizers. I would like to thank ICTJ because he has always supported us truly and seriously. These are people who explain what transitional justice means. Did we understand that in the past? Of course not. But we are facing a state which is deaf, blind, and blind. So who's going to support us? We are the victims. We are the right detainers. We are the women who have been victims. I stood up and talked at an international meeting, and it's difficult for a woman to say that I have been sexually violated in the society. In the celebration of Women's Day, which woman could stand up and criticized the government? Some women have been paid tribute to, although they were applauding the former regime and defending the former regime, but the sufferers have not been supported and have not been. So I would like to condemn this. We are fed up of the situation. With due respect to you, Mrs. Selwa, we can meet, we can go home with recommendation, which we throw in the basket. In the dust basket, and then, but where is the political will? What is the role of the NGO? Our people are passing away. People are doing. When I look at the picture of Mahsen Migri and other victims, I too will pass away. It's the way of all flesh. Thousands of victims, Mrs. Hamida, they ask me, what's new? What can I tell them? What answer can I give to them? These women are going, I push them to go out and give their files. And I told them, the Truth and Dignity Commission, will honor you, will bestow honor upon you. All the victims, people who spent years in prison, and I was in prison for three times. 3 times. Why? Because I was a firm believer in my and I was arrested again. I was arrested again and again. I believed in my issue. I believed in my combat and in my struggle. I go to the specialized chambers. and I see things, unfortunately, that is harmful. I am the victim. I am the right holder, the owner of a right, and I find myself in front of the violator with hundreds of lawyers, whereas I had nobody to defend me, and this is terrible. You know, I am the victim. I turn back, and there is no lawyer to defend me, because the specialized chambers are the best guarantee for the transitional for the transitional justice. So that's why when you speak about transition, there can be no transition without accountability, without recovering back our rights. The outcomes of transitional justice shall be and must be implemented, and there should be no reparation outside the transitional justice. And I do apologize for taking too much of your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Hamida, for your touching comments. I hand over to Madame Akeshi. I apologize for Mr. Trouzi and Hamza. I won't give you the floor, but we have another session where we will have more room for comments. Hello once again. I'm Fatma Akeshi, who took the floor. I'd like to thank the experts who have benefited us with the experiences that they related on in Peru and Colombia. I've followed these presentations closely. I hope that Tunisia would take a bit of that. We know that the transitional justice procedures are moving slowly but surely in those countries that we heard about. And there are areas, there are numerous regions that benefited from transitional justice. I'd like to come back to Tunisia, though. I thank the sister who has just talked, and I join her in her astonishment. I was myself surprised when there was no list about women who suffered violations. We have a Ministry of the Interior, which was the initial perpetrator of violations. Can the Ministry of Interior provide the list? As a Tunisian woman, I need a list of all women political prisoners who underwent violations. The women who really went to TDC and told their stories in 2014 or 2013, when Beji Qaid Sibsi was in the government. Back then, I posted a video. I had a program on TV, and I talked about my imprisonment and the violations I endured. It's quite difficult for a woman to come forward with her story about the violations. When I speak about myself, I remain tired and exhausted for days. When I talk about my grievances, I become sick. When I talked on Facebook, I had a daughter aged 4 and another aged 6. In the evening, when they watched the video on Facebook, one of my daughters suffered a nervous breakdown. She was asking me, "Mother, why were you imprisoned? What did you do?" And she's wondering, because my daughter thought that everybody who goes to prison must have done something wrong. So the Minister of Interior should come forward with a list of prisoners. Many women refrain from coming in public to talk about their grievances. Before 2011, I used to work in a nursery school. I used to be paid 170 dinars. And she knew that I was a political prisoner, and I had spent 30 months in prison. So she When I was arrested for 10 days, she took off the 10-day from my salary so that if I die, they wouldn't be responsible. And now, with due respect to you, it's strange not to have a list for women. This is a real oppression of women. With regard to TDC, TDC dealt with women prisoners like men prisoners with due respect to all male prisoners. They could be fathers and brothers. But when a woman spends one day, just a single day in prison, you can never imagine the deprivation that she can suffer later on, how she is demeaned within her own family, how she becomes marginalized. But consider like there are thousands of women like me who are not included in the list. If I go to the doctor, I have to sign at the administration. I was deprived of attending my cousin's wedding. I cannot visit or attend funerals or to attend. I was deprived because my mobility was constrained. And today we have no list. We have a Ministry of Women. Do we have really a Ministry of Women? I personally don't know about its existence. It's a ministry for a group of women, those who are applauding in the assemblies and who fill the palace and who get honored when they want, so that for the international community, Tunisia is a democratic country and that we have free women. We do not have free women. We have persecuted women who are imprisoned, and that has become very normal. And even when we obtained the reparation decisions, as if we were handed a piece of paper in the most indignifying fashion, when we go to the ministry, we are subjected to the highest degree of degradation. We are, they send us to go to different places. We have never been received by any officials. I personally, I find it really hard to come. I have no car. I have to use public transportation. When I use a taxi, it's quite expensive. I'm living on half of my salary, and I'm proud of my husband, even though he is jobless. Half of my salary is taken off by the bank because of the mortgages, and I take a taxi to come here. My voice doesn't need a microphone. I need voices to hear me. Not just in Tunisia. For the international experts, I hope that you will convey our voices to the international organization. I, Fatma Keshi, I'm willing to go to the international courts to claim the rights of women, not only women, the victims of Ben Ali, the victims of Bourguiba, but there will be no way to give up our rights, no matter how long. We shall defend our rights fiercely and stiffly. Yes, I have an opportunity to come here. There are thousands like me behind, and there are thousands of men behind. I'd like to really pay tribute to your patience. I'd like to hail also your presence, and I would like to say that our rights are in your hands, in your custody. Of course, nobody knows me. And even when I talk in the media, I get carried away, but that's my way. This is my way of talking. Even when I teach in my class, I teach with enthusiasm, with affection, and with all the feelings of pain and hope for tomorrow. Please be our voices. And for those who are attending today, we hope you will be our voices. And a call to all the victims and to all the media. On the 10th of December, that's the commemoration of human rights. For the Women's Day, I sometimes celebrate it, sometimes I don't. For the International Day on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, I hope that everyone will be in Qasba Square at the Prime Minister's Square to celebrate and to protest. I was hoping to obtain my rights, and I'm speaking on behalf of the victims. We want our rights with dignity, without degradation. As our sister said, I feel that something of me is dying away as I advocate my rights. We want our country to really honor us. We want the president to come forward and to apologize on behalf of the state. He's not the one, it's not Qais Said who really violated our rights. And even Beji Qaid Sibsi, the late, I was hoping he would apologize before he had passed away. We want the president to come and to apologize to all the victims. And we would like to obtain our financial and moral rights. We shall never give up our rights. And thank you very much. Thank you, Mrs. Akeshi. I now give the floor back to Kelly.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all of the participants who intervened and asked questions. We are very over time, but I want to give Christian and Hend the opportunity to respond and to add some last thoughts. So, Christian, let's start with you. Oh, we can't hear you, Christian. No.
Now?
Yes.
Yes.
Now we can. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So thank you, Ms. Busiri, also for those encouraging questions and for the interveners expressing what we need to address. That's very important. Your voices are very important to remind us how essential it is to do this work. But this is a work that to be done by all Tunisians, I think, but also especially those in responsibility. Thank you to Ms. Busiri, because she reminds us the importance, and also the interveners, the importance of addressing the forms of marginalization suffered by women. And this is something that was tried in several, that is being tried in several collective reparations policies. And so how, when a community prepares a proposal, how the voices of women are included. And what we have seen is that what works better is to have some projects to be designed just by women. So you could have joint projects by men and women, but also you should have specific projects that are focused on women, and it's just women making them. That's something that we have seen that works better, because you need to address some specific consequences or forms of discrimination, marginalization, or oppression suffered specifically by women. And especially dealing with access to be safe from domestic violence. That's an essential element. And I think that each project should be asked how they're going to deal with domestic violence. And the other is the education for women, and because of the social mobility factor that education has. And those are things that you see repeatedly in these policies. There's a repeated comment in this panel, but in the previous two, about opening lists. And I think that it's something that has happened in many other places, that a registry is incomplete, for either individual or for collective reparations. The difficulty is that when you have a fixed fund of certain amount, if you expand the list of victims, you reduce the amount to be distributed to each one of them. This happened in Germany when they provided reparations for those victims of slave work by the Nazis. So the more people came, the less the portion for each victim resulted. So but you need to open the list if if the list is not complete. But that should come together with expanding the fund in the same proportion. This was done in the case of Chile. The reparations program was defined for certain numbers of victims, but then the list was left open for a period of time, and those victims who joined didn't affect those who were already in. So the implementation started with those who were in the list. It didn't make implementation slower or smaller. It didn't affect what was there already planned. But the opening of the list came together with the ability to bring the same kind of measures that were being paid for those already registered for the new ones. So that's a way of complementing the ability to open the list without affecting the existing policy, those who are already included. Finally, there's this question on collective reparations and on where you focus your reparation fund for collective reparation. And I think this is very tricky because collective reparations are very expensive. And you don't want to put one community against the other. You don't want to say if you get yours, I won't get mine. That's unfair. We all are marginalized. But there's some investments that don't need to be part of the fund. If you're going to build roads across the country and you have to improve infrastructure, you need a Marshall Plan for that. Not a reparations policy, perhaps. So that Marshall Plan could tap into the reparations plan and together do something. So the reparations fund could address community-based grievances, access of women to education in those communities, and income generation projects, and ways of improving some services. But you also need a development policy that holds everything together. Because if you build a road to a community, well, that road needs to come from somewhere and go somewhere. So it's not just the road for the community. You need a road that is longer. This happened in communities in Colombia where they had money for only 50 kilometers of road. And it didn't work. So if you look at the experiences of Peru, the educational policy to improve access and completion of education for indigenous people in marginalized areas was part of the national budget of the Ministry of Education. And also the registration of people, of indigenous people, giving them civil registration and identity documents was a special 2-year policy implemented by this Bureau of Civil Registry with an extraordinary government funding and directed to those marginalized areas. So there's some things that you could address through reparations, but marginalization will persist if it's not accompanied by a broader policy, and it will persist if there's not accompanied by reforms that make sure that regional governments have the funding and the representative. And on that representative, regional governments need to have women. Thank you.
Sorry, maybe I was muted. Thank you very much, Christian. Hend, I hand the floor over to you for last comments. Sorry, for us, Hend is still muted.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, thank you.
So I was saying that there are many important ideas that were expressed. First of all, there is an emergency to deal with transitional justice. We cannot wait any longer, and we cannot wait the setting up of policies and programs, because fragility shows that there is an urgent need to start immediately. There are, state of wait and see from the victims that cannot wait any longer. We need an approach to make sure that we have a clear vision, and there is an impact in the very near future, because waiting till the policies are clear and marks are clear, this will lead to the building of a distrust and the doubt of completing the process. This, of course, has a prerequisite political will, and the dialogue which will start between the civil society and the politicians must concentrate on the importance of having an impact that shows that we have started making the road. Otherwise, the opposite will only lead to tension between both parties, the NGOs and the reparation fund authorities. Also, the approach needs to be comprehensive and global. It should not be confined to certain and limited to certain ministry and at central level, and forget the local authorities in the country. Every ministry, there are certain specificities. We should interact. We should also be familiar and work with the other funds in the country to create a certain dynamism, equitable dynamism, that to benefit to all the victims, so that the victims can benefit in a very intelligent way from this reparation fund. Even if there are victims who have not encompassed in the reparation program, as some people said, we can start nevertheless and see later how we can deal with this unprocessed files. The third point is the importance of follow-up. The follow-up is not by the civil society only, but follow-up by those who are going to implement the Dignity Fund. There must be an authority or a party which follows the working of the fund to see how efficient it is, how efficient the program is, because at any time we can, of course, improve the policies if we do not meet the targets and the goals of transitional justice. And I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, and those were really important points, particularly to end on. So I am going to hand over now because we are very over time and the next panel needs to start, but I want to thank Christian and Hen for their presentations and thoughts, and also thank Hatham for his moderation of the floor. So thank you very much, everyone, and I hand over for the next panel.
Thank you, Kelly. Thanks, everyone. We move on to the last session of this two-day seminar on dignity, austerity, and reparations. I'd like to invite my colleague Mohammed Ezwari, a legal officer, ICTJ Tunisia. He will be the moderator of this final session. I welcome everyone. Thank you, Haytham. My name is Mohammed Ezwari. I'm a legal officer of ICTJ Tunisia. I'd like to welcome you back to this concluding session. We'll try to really limit our discussions because we are a bit lagging behind in terms of the schedule. This session will refer to three terms: dignity, austerity, and reparations. These are the three topics. Based on the titles of the previous sessions, where we had clear-cut questions and clear-cut objectives, this session would bind us to three concepts of social, economic dimension and economic. Dignity is the really slogan of the Tunisian revolution that is consecrated in the constitution, guaranteeing decent living for Tunisians. Reparation is a major pillar of the system of transitional justice, and it is enshrined in the transitional justice law. That the concept that raises questions is austerity, because we can ask whether austerity is a condition or a requirement for the funding of reparation and to achieve the hopes of victims, or is austerity an obstacle to the funding of reparation programs, an obstacle to the achievement of the victims' programs? These are the questions. In this, we will have Nede Triki, who is with us, if she wants to speak from her table, or if she wants to take the floor from the podium. We have from the United States Nadia Ben Youssef. She will be the second speaker of this session. Just to present, Nede Trigi is an independent researcher and a graduate of the faculty of Tunis. She worked as a journalist in charge of justice issues, and she focuses on economic, social, and environmental rights. She is coordinating the food program supported by a local community cooperation network for sustainable farming. Mrs. Nadia Ben Youssef is the head of Advocacy Center for Constitutional Rights, and she runs all issues of advocacy and deals with any issues pertaining to the advocacy of human rights. She obtained a diploma, a bachelor degree in sociology, and she also obtained an award from the National Bar Association for her commitment to political rights. She has a large-scale experience in international human rights institutions and a rich experience in designing advocacy policies to impact decision makers in the United States. Her works are based on the overlapping between arts and advocacy of human rights in order to change the official political narrative in the field of human rights. So we welcome both Mrs. Nada and Mrs. Nadia. So we shall kickstart this session and like to ask Mrs. Nada a question. What do the Tunisians need at the time of austerity and at the time of pandemic? Thank you. The PowerPoint presentation is badly read by the computer, so it's reading it in opposite direction. I worked on this from Arabic into English just to make it available to everyone. Thank you. So it's all this presentation is about dignity and reparations for marginalized regions, and not much has been said about regional and marginalized regions. So I focused on the victim regions. What do the Tunisians need at the time of austerity and pandemic? I wonder if Miss Nadia Ben Youssef. The representative of Tatawin has not attended. I'd like to thank everyone for attending. Dignity and reparation. Dignity is one of the topics that include all the victims during the last 10 years. From 2010 and 2011, we know that the revolution rests on two principles, on police brutality and political persecution, and the social and economic oppression on the other hand. During the last 10 years, we started to note some positive indicators with regards to the way law enforcement has dealt with the citizens, even though there was no rehabilitation regarding police brutality and political violence. The issue of social and economic justice has remained on the agenda in a different way at the parliament as a slogan for positive discrimination, and it is on the agenda among the public when people go to the streets, when there were environmental protests, social and economic protests from Camor for 3 years, from Gafsa from 2008, and from the northwest that is suffering from the shortage of water, when it is in fact the reservoir of water for the entire country. There has been no progress. So can we talk in 2020, 10 years on after the revolution, about dignity? And as far as we're concerned, how can we perceive reparation for these victims? If we speak about the current situation, this is a map from the National Statistic Institutes in 2020. The report was issued in September 2020. This map, as you can see, you have the western central part that this is the multi-dimensional poverty map. The report included talk about multi-dimensional poverty nationwide. The summary in a nutshell is the summary that you have on the screen. Do you notice a difference between the map and the map 10 years ago? I personally haven't noticed a huge difference. The areas where the revolution took place, the central western areas are the reddest areas. The northwest is among the red zones, and the south is among the major regions that are marginalized, whereas the coastal areas are the least damaged in terms of multidimensional poverty. I think we haven't progressed too much during the 10 years. There's a word mentioned in the subtitle, which is austerity. Austerity is a set of policies that are undertaken by a given government in order to save money and make savings, because we cannot pay our debts and we have budget deficits. But austerity throughout the world has confirmed that during times of crisis, that wasn't the driver that would revive the economy. You have this diagram that shows the expenditure in Tunisian budget from 2015 and 2019. Now you have the payroll in red. Underneath the payroll, public debt expenditure that is growing from 2015 to 2019. Underneath, in the brown color, miscellaneous expenses, and underneath we have development expenses are the dark gray color. In 2015, 16, 17, 18, and 19, it hasn't moved an inch. Whereas we talk about the rehabilitation of victims and the change of economic policies towards more fairness and more development for the country. Now we have a reality. The state's expenditure in terms of development is not growing. If we look at the figures from 2015 to 2019, the expenditure percentage for development in the budget went down at the level of the percentage from 14% of the overall budget to 11.3% during the last 5 years. And for the amount, it did not change. With regard to the share of spending on debt reimbursement, that rose from 15.7% to 20.64%. And in terms of value, it went twofold. We were talking, the value went twofold. We should not be misled by the rise in the state's budget. It's not dedicated to development. It is usually spent on debt payment. With regard to debt, are we using the debt properly? There's a difference between the impact of debt on the Tunisian state in the past and now. In the Truth and Dignity Commission report, the Truth and Dignity report established that the major debts taken by Tunisia from donor institutions, these debts were realization of these victim regions. This is written in the report, and TDC sent a letter to both organizations to bear responsibility in terms of reparations by granting by granting compensations for these regions. Now, that was in the past. Today, how are debts processed? We are referring to conditioned debts from the European Union, from the World Bank, and from the International Monetary Fund. These are, of course, debts conditioned by the rise in water bills and the stoppage of foreign currencies. So if the country makes profits, they can get out these profits out of the country in foreign currency. Nothing has changed in the state's policy and its way of dealing with borrowing, and debts. Borrowing is increasing and weighing down the country's sovereignty over decision-making. In addition to the health crisis that compounded the misery of our economy, we've lost lots of jobs, many micro projects that are the more precarious. A person who has a micro project, these projects went bankrupt because of financial difficulty, and social precariousness is taking its toll. So together we need to think about the region victims and the damage resulting from economic policies. Reparation, and I stand corrected, reparation comes from donations and grants, or from the recovered stolen assets, or from donor organizations that whose programs focus on development. I wanted to really raise a question because I don't have the answer. Donations and grants could be positive for those who need just financial compensation. They could be useful for some situations, but not very effective in other situations. For victim regions, for those who are taking to the streets, claiming their rights to education, health, and transportation, and for basic services, do donations and grants stand as the solution? This is a question that I raise because donations are provisional. You obtain a lump sum donation and then it's gone. Whereas reparation for the region victims is a full-fledged reform process that takes years to be implemented and requires a long-term reform. And these long-term reforms have to go through additional budgets, additional investments, and therefore we are talking about institutional reform and the reform of institutional policies, because the damage of marginalization is still having its toll from 2010 until 2020 without possibility to end it. We come back to the issue of dignity and reparation. Dignity is about the recovery of rights by right holders. It's not because we signed with agreements with international organizations or because we are under threat, because these people are right holders and they need to obtain their rights. And for the state to have legitimacy, it has to return the rights to the right holders, those who don't have water and who don't have schools, and those who are deprived of investments. The state has to step in to provide these services. The issue of reparations for the regions shall not be perceived as something of secondary importance. It's about rights. That's why I'd like to come back to return the question, what do the Tunisians need? What do the Tunisians need? What do the Tunisians need at a time of austerity and the pandemic? The question, how do Tunisians perceive I apologize for this interruption. What do the Tunisians need at a time of the pandemic and austerity? How the Tunisians perceive in the victim regions, how do they perceive a fair policy that would boost the economy? We cannot speak about austerity when we speak about fairness. The state has to put its hand in its pockets, and therefore the economic boosting should not be parachuted from above. The representatives of the victims have to really chip in with their perceptions so that we can understand what kind of projects they perceive to be suitable for their regions. We have the example of Jimna. In Jimna, the people know what they want, they know what their needs are, and therefore we need more networking between the movements in the victim regions for a good economic perception that would be fair to the marginalized. Thank you, Nader, for your good presentation.
In a large part of it, you answered the first question that was raised, whether austerity constitutes a stumbling block for the reparation program, and you said no, austerity shouldn't be a handicap or a stumbling block. We are going through a difficult period of time. So in your introduction, you used figures and you reflected the reality lived by many regions, and there is also, you spoke also about corruption that had an impact. You know, the former regime was actually borrowing money and subjected itself to extreme conditions, and this led to the widening of the gap between the regions. And this led to a gap between the northwest and the coastal area, who did not enjoy their right to development and progress. And therefore, the notion of the victim region is, as you said, is quite important. The Commission of Truth and Dignity, at the end of its mandate, addressed a message to the World Bank and to the IMF, and asking them to assume the responsibility. And she spoke about facts and reminded them of their historical responsibility, who was towards the Tunisian people who were subjected to this marginalization. So today we're going to see how Tunisians see these programs, the reparation programs, in the light of the austerity and the pandemic. You saw that networking is very important among victims. Communication is very important. The information should reach all the victims in all the regions of the country, so that they can take part in this constructive building and they can have authoritative and powerful suggesting power. And you said also that conditions may differ from Jandouba, Le Kef and Tataouine. The requests might not be the same. The social conditions may differ from one region to another. That's why there must be a direct dialogue, so that we know exactly what needs to be done to provide reparation for these people. I just want to take an example. I will not take too much of your time. For example, if you take the phosphate or fertilizer company GAFSA and the events that took place, it's a matter is because of the rehabilitation program suggested by the IMF. Structural program, structural program suggested by the World Bank. You know, here, for example, water that was designed for the farms was used by the mines, and it's only normal that the local community, when it comes to this upheaval, not only there is austerity and people did not have sources of income, their rights to health was violated. It's normal that they only come out for demonstrations, to demonstrate, and of course, because it was state police, their rights will be violated. However, we did not see people talking about, for example, austerity that led us, for example, to the events in Gafsa. This is something that can be said. If we bear it in mind, we can link this austerity to the upheavals and the protests that took place in this region. So I would like to ask a question to Ms. Nadia Ben Youssef. Can you hear us clearly?
Yes, can you hear me?
So my question are, what are the forms of reparation program that can acknowledge that there was injustice and there is a need for dignity? You have the floor, Ms.
Thank you so much. Ahlan wa sahlan. Thank you for inviting me. My name is Nadia Ben Youssef. I appreciate the introduction and the invitation. I want to thank the audience, and I've been listening to the conference this morning. I'm calling from New York, and I want to thank the revolutionaries in the room, the political prisoners who have spoken, the victims, those who have resisted and continue to resist oppression in all of its forms, and particularly to the Tunisian women in the audience and on the stage who inspire me in your continued struggle for freedom. Thank you for speaking. It was moving to hear your voices. I want to answer the question in part by returning to history. I am the granddaughter of a freedom fighter. I am a Tunisian of the diaspora. And I think that the story of our ancestors has within it so many of the answers that we need to answer the question that Neda posed: what do Tunisians need? What is dignity? How do reparations fit in that? And why do reparations require a fundamental transformation of our economic, social, and political structures? And so I wanted to share my screen, and I don't know that I can do that. Maybe there's permissions that you can give me to share my screen. Mostly these are photos. And while we're waiting, I also want to apologize for speaking in English and make a commitment, a public commitment, to be able at our next gathering to speak with you in Arabic, in Tunisian. Thank you for your patience and grace with me. So I will be able to share my screen now. Does this work for people? Are you able to see?
We can hear you.
And you can see the screen?
Yes, we can see it now.
Excellent. So I want to tell just briefly the history of my family, which is in part the history of Tunisia. And I want to talk to you about my grandfather, Saleh Ben Youssef, by offering one of my favorite photos of him. It's one of my favorites because he's smiling, because he is surrounded by our people, because it is clear that there is joy in resistance. So Saleh Ben Youssef, as you know, and as many of you fought together in his movement and in the movement of the people against anti-colonialism, Saleh Ben Youssef emerged as a political figure, though represents a larger global movement against colonialism and against liberal internationalism, a global economic and political order that is built upon and perpetuates racism and colonialism. And their question as a movement was about how can we achieve collective liberation? And at the heart of it, at the anti-colonial struggle, was a choice that Tunisians were making. And it was represented in the persons of two people. And I'll go back to this in a second. But this picture also, I think, for me, is emblematic of the two choices that Tunisia had at the time of the anti-colonial struggle, and that remains today. You have, of course, in the photo, Saleh Ben Youssef on the right, Habib Bourguiba, representing two very different identities and ideologies. So on one hand, you have a person representing a global movement that questioned hierarchies of race, of gender, of nationality, and wanted to upend the systems. On the other hand, you have an acceptance of the world order in the person of Habib Bourguiba, and in these neo-colonial figures across the world, in Tunisia, across Africa, across Asia, who accepted that there would be continued de-development of the third world, our resources would be extracted, our people would produce materials, but then become the consumers of goods. This is where Nada's framing and really clear acknowledgement of the World Bank and these international institutions, economic institutions, the IMF, played to maintain the status quo. So of course, you know the story of the independence movement, but what I want to talk about too is that while it is often seen as a struggle between people, it was not. It was a struggle between ideologies and a mass movement. And these photos also remind us that we are the multitude, that the people have power, and that this is the threat. This is a return to Tunisia in 1955, when my grandfather came back after the accords were signed with France, that Bourguiba signed with France, after he had returned from a massive international conference called the Bandung Conference in 1955, building global solidarity, which is a theme I want to return to at the end. And he returned to Tunisia to a multitude of militants. You heard about it from the audience too. People who believed in the vision of a global movement to end colonialism, to end economic deprivation of the third world. And it was building and growing, and it continues to reverberate today because the longing of the people remains the same. Nada and I spoke recently about the 10 years since the revolution. And in that telling of the story, we said it was an echo of the past, that our ancestors were speaking through the young revolutionaries on the streets to keep demanding the future that they believed in. And of course, after this moment in 1955, where there were mass uprisings, particularly in the south and the interior regions that Nada showed us on the map. And this is the importance of learning our history, because it tells us why. Why is the structure of our society the way that it is? Why were these regions deprived? It's because they were resisting the status quo. It was an intentional deprivation of entire regions of our society and of our country because people believed in liberation. People believed in liberation, of course, from the colonizers, from France, and they believed in liberation from the neo-colonialists, the governing elites that were accepting the status quo. And, you know, it's interesting because for me, though I know this story, our family really began sharing publicly the story of Saleh Ben Youssef after the revolution. The revolution allowed us to speak in new ways about our own past. And so this is from the New York Times article in 1956 in February. My grandfather had fled in late January of 1956. He was forced to flee and fled to Tripoli. And there were uprisings, mass uprisings on the streets in Tunisia. And these moments of clarity, because the resistance of the state apparatus, the Tunisians, the French, against the regions of the world that were uprising, tells what we need to know about the current reality today. And of course, the story is well known. Salah Ben Youssef fled with his family, with my father and my uncle and my grandmother. They were political refugees in Egypt. And in 1961, were in Frankfurt, Germany, when he was assassinated in a hotel in Frankfurt. And what's happening here in this moment is a story that we know well. And in the room with us are victims themselves who understand that what the powerful were trying to do is what they have tried to do throughout history. And the mistaken belief that if you kill the revolutionary, if you imprison the revolutionary, if you torture the revolutionary, if you disappear the revolutionary, you eliminate the revolution, and that is not true. That will never be true. And that is what frightens those in power, that you cannot kill this ideology of freedom and a transformed world where people can live in dignity. And I just share a few family photos because this experience is an individual experience as much as it is a national experience. On the left is my father, Lutfi Ben Youssef, and my uncle, Hamid Shadli Ben Youssef on the left, who were 10 and 12 when their father was killed. And this is them returning from Germany to Cairo, where he received a national funeral. These are children whose lives were completely changed by this act of state violence. On the right is my grandmother, the late Sophia Zuhir, and my grandfather and my father in Tunis, as the body of Salah Ben Youssef was returned in 1991. We were refugees in Egypt throughout Habib Bourguiba's regime and returned when Ben Ali took power. And this is an individual story, but it is a collective one. It is our national story. It is our national history. And that is, in this story, is so much, there's so many lessons that we can learn. And so we were, of course, living under the Ben Ali regime until the beautiful revolution. And suddenly we began to share and to speak this history that was largely unknown in Tunis and remains a bit unknown, unfortunately, because in it is the lessons in terms of how we move forward as a society. And so I'll share two more pieces, and then I'm really eager to have a dialogue with the people in the audience about the experience of going to the Transitional Justice Court. And so in May of last year, apologies for the grainy photo, in May of last year, this scene is familiar to many of you in the audience. We were in the chambers in Tunis, and my father, who is now 69 and living in Tunis, and I hope that he can connect with all of you as you continue to strategize and build the reparations infrastructure and make the demands that we need. He spoke before the tribunal, and it was the first time he had spoken publicly about what had happened to his family, and he named publicly that Habib Bourguiba was responsible for the assassination of his father. And it was such a cathartic and important moment for him and for our family to tell the truth. And there will never be a way to repay the revolution for our ability to tell the truth, to speak freely about our past and to learn from it. The question is, of course, what do we do now? There have been 4 hearings, and many of you have spoken in the audience, just the exhausting experience, the humiliating experience, the difficulty of bringing yourselves and your families to court, how alone it has felt for many of you, questioning the transitional justice process because it hasn't responded to material needs. And I want to share that as a human rights lawyer and someone who engages in domestic legal mechanisms and international legal mechanisms and other forums of power, I'll say that there are 3 reasons that we use these systems. We use these systems to document harm, 1. It's critical to document harm. Secondly, we use these systems if we can mitigate harm. Can we mitigate harm and change the material conditions of people's lives? If so, we have to use those systems. If we can document harm, I believe we should use those systems. The third reason, and I think this is what's happening now within the transitional justice process, is to have a public conversation about power. So the 3 ways and the reasons that we engage in these broken systems that are not really designed to respond to the interests and the needs of justice are to document harm, to mitigate harm, and to have a public conversation about power. And in Tunisia, those conversations are twofold. There's a conversation about power in Tunisia, how the ruling elite is sucking the power, is depriving actively the power of the people. There are certain people and infrastructures who are benefiting from a status quo of inequality and others who remain marginalized. That's the public conversation we're having in the tribunals. And the second is a public conversation about the world order as it is and as it was and as it must be transformed if we are to achieve justice. And those conversations are critical, and it's up to the people to then demand what it is that they need. This is what Neda said earlier, that Tunisians have to answer what they need. It's the victims in a human rights framework. It is the victims who demand what justice is, who define the terms. So when we ask, what does reparations mean, we are asking the victims to define it themselves. So that can be individual compensation, which you spoke a lot about yesterday. And it also requires collective reparations and a transformation of economic, social policies that can ensure that we live in liberty. And I'll just end by returning to this concept of global solidarity that my grandfather was very much a part of in the revolutionary struggle in the 1950s. And these pictures here, if you can see them, are from the Bandung Conference of 1955. And this was really a dramatic conference where African countries and Asian countries, I know I'm running out of time, joined together to make a manifesto against empire, to demand reparations, to demand a fundamentally different economic structure and regime. And as I end, I want us to consider that the answer in this moment, where it is clear that there is a lack of political will to implement reparations, it's a minimal amount of money that has been set aside by the government to respond to the harms of history. We need to reconsider how we create a mass movement that connects people across geographies to collectively demand a fundamentally restructured society. And I agree, and I'm excited to hear from from the audience about the responsibility and the obligation of the international community. Yes, I put responsibility on the Tunisian state to respond to the needs of its people, but I understand that in a context of a world order where the first world is obligated to restore and repair the harm that it has caused to formerly colonized countries, to the third world. And I think if we strategize together about how we insist that the debts be paid to us, not that the Tunisian people owe debts to the colonizer, this order has to be completely restructured. And I'm grateful to be in this struggle with you all.
Can you hear the speaker, Ms. Nadia? Can you hear? Thank you very much, Nadia, for this presentation. And I would like to thank you for sharing with us this story and the way you made your presentation on how we can learn lessons from what happened in the past. And this is a very important part in the process of transitional justice, which in the end are only mechanisms which enable us to see back, to unveil the truth, to reveal the truth, and to learn the lessons from this truth so that we can promote our institutions and change and promote our systems that we'd like to live under. Through the paper of Nadia, we saw that even after the revolution, during the last 10 years, what we saw is only the result and the continuous outcome, which has not come to an end because we have not taken the necessary measures to introduce the necessary changes. And it is the result of what happened in the end of the 50s. I don't want to take too much of your time because we only have a very limited period of time left. I'd like to open the floor for debate. I have Mr. Ilmi and then Mr. Hamda Muammar and then Mr. Rida. I would like to start with Mr. Ilmi. 5 minutes at the maximum. Thank you very much. I would like to thank all the experts who accompanied us. I would like to congratulate in particular Ms. Nadia bin Yusuf. And we have met in the Truth Unveiling seminar. And through you, I would like to convey my greetings to the bin Yusuf family. I was expecting to meet in better conditions, but unfortunately, unveiling the truth is very important for all of us as Tunisians to turn the page of the past and look forward and to try to implement and meet the aspirations of the Tunisian revolutions. But unfortunately, we still have many miles to do. 60 years, and still we have not moved yet to the second page, and this is unfortunate, and it's a real pity that we have not done that so far. I don't know, the victims are still marginalized as they have always been, and when I say victims, I refer to individuals, groups of people, and regions, and this, of course, due to certain visions, and the visions, unfortunately, is still the vision of Bourguiba, which is still prevailing until today, and we are following the same policies, unfortunately, and it constitutes an impediment to any light of hope and ray of hope with regard to the possibility of developing and promoting our country. So to save time, but we have to be careful, Ms. Nadia, when you come back to Tunisia next time, you will be arrested because you are influential in the American policies, and would like to resort to you to exert pressure to change the Tunisian policies, and so that we can all meet our aspirations and expectations. Mr. Hamd, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Almi. Thank you very much. Thank you. I would like to extend my thanks to the two lecturers, Mrs. Nadat Triki, who is the economic expert, and I would like equally to extend my thanks, my warm thanks, to Miss Nadia bin Youssef, who is the granddaughter of the leader and the victim and the martyr Salah bin Youssef. And then I will go back to what you stated. Ms. Nada Triki, your paper was very important, and you spoke about the dignity and the reparations, and said there is no problem whatsoever concerning this, but austerity does constitute a problem. What do you mean by austerity? I think that austerity, when there is no solidarity from the international community, and this solidarity is a must. If you want really to uproot this new colonization, which is still hegemonistic, and we used to have a certain colonization, but now we have an economic colonization. The countries of the north do not really want to reduce the gap, be it economic rights, social rights, and political rights, and civil rights, because when societies do not enjoy their right to development, the multifaceted development, because, as you know, there is the multifaceted poverty, but at the same time, there is what you call humanitarian development, human development, multidimensional, multifaceted development. It's the right to development. It's a multidimensional right, and I deem that the word austerity, if we fall in this trap, we will speak about a misleading glossary or terminology from the political point of view. It will be misleading for us intellectually and politically. Why? Because we have to be careful, we're careful about the terminology we use, because they want to use the camp of the rich, or the World Bank, the IMF, International Monetary Fund, the World Trade Organization, WTO, OECD, the Cooperation and Development, Economic Development Organization. They are the ones who are ruling the world, and they are impacted and influenced by the wealth, or those who detain the wealth of the world. The poor world, the south of the globe, we used to call them the third world countries, and who have just been colonized, and they were ruled by tyrannical leaders and corrupt leaders who used to rule by their own rules and by their own utter total authority. These people, or this page must be turned and move ahead. And how can we reform things? We can do this thanks to international solidarity and by constructive universal thought, which resulted from the Bandung conference in 1956, attended by late Salah bin Youssef and the leader Abdel Nasser, and was attended by Jawahir al-Nehru and Ahmed Sukarno, the president of Indonesia then, and Nkrumah. All these people were the leaders of the Bandung conference. And if we really want, or in other terms, transitional justice cannot take place in the absence of political universal will. As we speak about internal political will, we need to speak about universal political will, because if there is no universal political will, we cannot, in the light of this lack of balances in the economic relations at the international level, we need to build an international new economic world system to reduce the gaps between the haves and the have-nots, the rich countries and the poor countries. And this is what is missing now. This is what is missing now. But if we speak about austerity, it's like we are living by ourselves, completely separated from others. We have to count on, rely on our own resources, and we consider ourselves as an isolated country, as an island. Then we can speak about austerity. Austerity concerns only the poor or the have-nots. However, people who rule the world, be it internally or externally, the people who detain the wealth, their interests are other than, are not affected. Consequently, we have to talk about tax reform or tax system reform, because the wage earners, or in other terms, the tax gained by the state are paid by the laborers, by the SMEs, by the small farmers, and therefore there is a tax evasion. There is also falsification and forgery of data. Many people are not paying their VAT. They may have hundreds of millions and hundreds of, and they don't pay their taxes. This is what we call the parallel, the underground activities. If we reduce that, the state will have its own resources. There are some companies in Tunisia, thousands of Tunisia. They work for 30 years and 30 years, and they are not. There is no auditing of their activities, not even a single time, because the Ministry of Education, but because the Ministry of Finance does not have the necessary means. And the lady is saying because it is following means of austerity. Yes, also because it does not have enough resources, and there is a political rule which does not want to equip it with the necessary means to carry out this auditing operation. The state must have its resources, must generate jobs, and must use those resources. If the state is weak, if that doesn't know how to collect the money and taxes, it will always be weak. This is the problem that we are facing.
Just I would like to pay a special tribute to Miss Nadia Ben Youssef, and to pay tribute to the family of Ben Youssef. And Bourguiba acknowledged in one of his speeches, I heard him when Saleh Ben Youssef was assassinated in Frankfurt. He said, I sent someone to kill him, and so he hired a contract to kill. So both Bourguiba and Ben Youssef are now in the record of history, but the pages of history in our national liberation movement, many parts are not known. But in the end, we are the offsprings of Bourguiba and Saleh Ben Youssef. Despite their divergence and despite their disagreements and despite their ideologies, but we would like to pay tribute to Lutfi Ben Youssef and Miss Nadia Ben Youssef and to the entire Ben Youssef family. We are very, very happy and happy with the content of the principles that she is very much attached to. We want the successful revolution in Tunisia depends on a real and genuine policy at the domestic level. We have to be educated about human rights and to ensure that transitional justice should serve everyone. Thank you very much. Mr. Rida, you have the floor. Please be concise. 5 minutes. I will be very concise. In a nutshell, I will comment both presentations. After greeting both speakers and thanking them for their rich and enriching presentations to this conference, with regard to the first point, I will focus on the word austerity that is mentioned in the title of the dialogue. I do concur with you, Ms. Nadia, that austerity shall not be an obstacle to the implementation of financial compensation and reparation. And austerity was associated with the difficult economic situation. Austerity in economic terms could be advocated in a given economy, in a given circumstance, and in a given country for the shortage of resources and for dedicating the entire resources to combating a pandemic or a natural disaster or a war. In that period, we talk about austerity, but to speak about austerity as a surplus for production when for the international financial institutions that are looting the riches of the countries, that would be misleading to associate the word austerity with these international financial institutions. So the achievement of reparation will certainly have a positive impact on the Tunisian national economy. So injecting funds that will be an incentive for consumption, even for the creation of small projects or for the daily consumption and consumer items and for the improvement of their standard of living. This will incentivize consumer behavior, and the banks provide loans for consumption because it boosts the economy. And thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Nadia. For the second speaker, Nadia, I'd like to really pay tribute to you. The history of Salah bin Yusuf is part and parcel of the national liberation movement. Even after his assassination, there's always a friend who is delving into the history of Tunisian history, and he came to a result that there was a strong correlation between the bin Yusuf movement and the neo-left-leaning movement in Tunisia. I'm still within the 5 minutes. Small reflections from the bottom of my heart. My name is Rida Barakati, the head of the Dhikra loyalty for the martyr Nabil Harakati from Gafour. I was born in 1954, and my elder sister is much older. I asked my mother how she sent my daughter to school. She said because she heard on the radio Salah bin Yusuf inciting Tunisian mothers to send their daughters to school. And my daughter, that's how my daughter attended the preparatory courses in the French school. A second comment, a second souvenir. In our town and in our family, some have been assaulted after the persecution of the Yusufists in our country. We know Mr. Saleh al-Jabri was almost killed. He was assaulted, and when the leader Salah bin Yusuf was assassinated, we were youngsters and we were talking only about this, and he was remembered with the Salah bin Yusuf and Mehdi bin Barka and Patrice Mubamba and Dak Hammarskjöld of the United Nations, who was assassinated with the fall of his plane. In 1974, I was in my first year of the media school, and Bourguiba came to give a speech, and Seliana is renowned for its belonging to the Yusufi movement. And Bourguiba himself said those folks are the Awlad Ayar and Awlad Un, are known for their betrayal. And he referred and he talked about the assassination of Salah bin Yusuf. He said, I had no clue about that. And there are 2 people who went to carry out the operation, and I had no clue about that. And Jeune Afrique back then, in the beginning of 1974, mentioned ON and another, and the initials for the 2 people who carried out the hit operation. And I've met your father in the Palais de Justice in Tunisia, in the court. And thank you, thank you. Haytham, you asked to speak. Mr. Abdelhamid Troudi, you have the floor. Just a couple of minutes in addition to the 5 minutes. I would like to greet all the participants and all the guests and the director of the International Center for Transitional Justice and all staff members who have greatly contributed in conveying our voice after 10 dry years regarding this file. The file of transitional justice is now on the track thanks to their efforts. First of all, I'd like to say to the granddaughter of the late Salah bin Yusuf, I'd like to tell her that as a spokesperson of the National Commission of the Victims of Dictatorship, the components of our National Commission includes Yusufis, many freedom fighters, Islamists, right and left leaning activists. So among the files that we are struggling for are files included from 1956 to 2013. But there's a message I'd like to convey to the victims and to everyone, that we as a group of victims who are struggling and we are staging sit-ins and engaging in protest movements, it's not for the sake of just financial rights. We are engaging in these struggles for loyalty, out of loyalty to the martyrs and to Salah bin Yusuf and his likes, out of loyalty to our principles. As a political prisoner, I was imprisoned under the Ben Ali regime. And when I'm on a sit-in Qasba, I feel happy because I'm still on my struggle for the sake of free Tunisia, for dignified Tunisia. If the transitional justice process does not really get addressed, because it's the state's file, it's the file for all the civil society, it's the file advocated by all local and international organizations. We want this file to be advocated by all of these components to ensure that my children and the upcoming generations do not endure the injustice that we have endured. So that's the path of the militants who are really struggling. They are not really guided by material principles. When we come and meet on such meetings, we want to convey a strong message to the 3 presidencies, the Speaker of the House, the President of the Republic, and the head of the government. We want to convey a message that we are still staying the course and struggling. We shall never surrender. When we stand up for Tunisia, for the people of Tunisia who has not understood us. The Tunisian people have to come to realize that there is no rescue for their political and economic situation and for their social suffering, for the spread of crime and delinquency within the state institutions and corruption. I would like to also pay tribute to you, Ms. Nader, also when you speak about austerity and the role of the victims and the economic situation in the country. Tunisia is rich with a lot of resources. If it is managed well by its people, we could really achieve prosperity for the entire Maghreb region. But the problem that led to our economic crisis is the absence of the will on the politicians' side, the lack of strategic perspectives, and we hear the 5-year plans devised by the regime of Ben Ali and Bourguiba, but they were not plans. In fact, they were based on partisanship considerations, on political organizations and electoral agendas. I want to remind the Tunisian people under the former regime of Ben Ali and Bourguiba, they would go to work on projects when the elections come close. Tunisian people, you have your only hope is in the Almighty God and those martyrs and those victims. If the media has worked harder on the issue of transitional justice, I'm sure that Tunisia would have been much better. Your only hope is to help as international organizations. I refer to the international organizations when they intervene in the fund. The resources of the fund are governed by a law issued by Youssef Chaid on the 28th of February 2013. On the 13th of March 2018, which determined the resources of the fund. The state is not going to give us the 10 million dinars. That's a law that is binding to the Minister of Finance and the Governor of the Central Bank. Like anybody else who tries to open up a bank account, you have to pay 20 dinars. The 10 billion dinars are there to open up the Dignity Fund. The original funds originate from the taxes collected and from the implementation of the arbitra awards through the Arbitration and Reconciliation Committee in the Truth and Dignity Commission. About 735 billions are frozen assets and funds. There are banks that are frozen in the bank. They are at the disposal of the fund. By virtue of Article 45 of the Transitional Justice Law, there's another source, donations and unconditioned donations and grants. Those who will contribute to the Dignity Commission with donations, they will not impose any conditions, as was the case for the World Bank and the IMF. They would not require any conditions for any financial assistance, imposing certain policies. We want to maintain our sovereignty and we want to be involved in devising an action plan for reconciliation and for the best management of victim files. We are the aggrieved sides and we are the right holders. The third source, all other sources that could be earmarked for the benefit in keeping with the legislation in force. We have people, we can rely on international, there are organizations that can broker agreements with any international donors to finance the fund. The problem is not with the source. The problem is about the absence of the political will. We are. Why are we talking? Why are we striving to open the account first and foremost? Because opening the account will spare us time. If it was opened since 2013 and 14, we would have had a lot of funds that would cover all the needs. With this fund, we can mount projects in regions. We could build schools, the area where there are no roads, we could build roads. But the intention of the policy makers and the lobbies of corruption are the ones who are disrupting the fund in revenge against the Tunisians because they staged a revolution. But we tell them on the 10th of December we shall take to the street and denounce all that.
Thank you very much to all the people who took the floor to make comments. I would like to go back to Nader. You spoke about the victims. Actually, we had consultative meetings, and you took part in the first session. And we thank you for working on the recommendation. One of the main recommendation is how the condition set up led to negative impacts. Tomorrow, I have meetings with other people from different regions. They will give us their vision and point of view about trans-justice, be it at the individual level, collectivities, or the victim region. So tomorrow we are going to meet again at 2 o'clock, and we are going to have an advocacy meeting tomorrow. I would like to go back to Nadia and thank her very much for reminding us about the Bandung conference and the inspiration it could give us, and how it led to non-aligned countries. When we speak about trans-justice in Tunisia, we speak about the role of the international financial institutions, how they imposed policies in Tunisia, which led to the austerity situation and led to the bread upheaval, the Kamour situation. Now, there are many similar situations, and like the Kamour, I thank you very much for reminding us for the Bandung conference, and how we could have avoided certain policies, how the northern countries could have avoided that. And you remind us how the policy of these countries under Bourguiba and Morocco and with Hassan II, and the policies they opted for. And we see now also how many countries are dealing with the COVID-19 without really being subjected to the World Bank or the IMF constraints and the austerity measures. Thank you all to the 2 lecturers. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Haytham. Nader, do you have any comment you wish to make? Final concluding remarks? You have the floor. I don't know, but maybe people did not understand me clearly. Of course, I said that we must have a dignity fund. Of course, the state must invest in its time and efforts to implement the dignity fund. But for the victim regions, I think this will not be enough. The austerity policy implemented and followed by the state for a long time, since 2010 in particular, will not reduce the gap and the segregation at the individual level and at the regional level, which has been implemented by tyrannical regimes, and including I hope that you understood what I meant by austerity. Austerity means also receiving loans, but without conditions. We have to push for development of their economy. You have to push the state to invest in the economic development. Money paid up to reimburse the loans must be invested in basic services in the various regions, in giving people back their rights to education and good health. This should be funded by the main resource of the state. If there are additional resources, that's even better. But the state must implement political policies to enhance the conditions of the marginalized regions, and this must be the crust of the matter of the policies of the current policies. I thank you very much. Thank you, Nadia. Ms. Nadia, do you have any final comments, concluding remarks? Many final comments.
Thank you. My final comments are to express gratitude for those who shared their stories and who remind us of an ongoing struggle and that the revolution continues in each of us. So thank you and from my family, we are grateful to our people and to our community. I want to just also celebrate these ongoing struggles, Kamur, that you mentioned, the uprisings that continue with a vision of liberation and of a transformed society. And I'll share that, building on what Neda said and the current moment in which we are living under the coronavirus pandemic, which exposes so clearly the injustice of the current global world order, the deadly nature of capitalism, the priorities of neoliberalism that put us in such a devastating position without what we need to take care of our people. This is obviously coming from the center of empire in the United States, where you see that so clearly, but it reverberates throughout the world and has to be upended. And I, again, just appeal and echo what comrades and brothers and sisters in the room have said about global solidarity in a moment like this, that it is a global commitment to one another and to collective liberation. And I finally will just celebrate the brilliance in this room, the brilliance of those who have spoken, who have been courageous enough to participate in this process. We have everything we need. As Tunisian people with such a rich history, such a powerful people and present, we have everything we need to create the world and to build the conditions that we want. We can only do that in solidarity with our brothers and sisters around the world who are similarly struggling against the injustice of social economic policies that create a hierarchy of human life that has to be dismantled. Our elders knew that that was the path forward, and we continue in that legacy. And I thank you so much for the opportunity to speak and to be in this work together.
Thank you, Neda. Thanks to all the participants for your interactions. I think that we have reached the end of our international conference on the funding and designing the reparation program. Ms. Salwa Gantri, if you have concluding remarks, please do take the floor. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Azar. After what has been said during these 2 days, I don't think I have some comments. First of all, I would like to thank everybody who took part in this seminar, from whose comments we benefited a lot. I would like to thank the lecturers, the people present with us here, or who took part through the internet. I would like to extend my thanks to the Prime Ministry, which interacted with us. I would like also to extend my thanks to the State Domain, the Domain Ministry. I would like to extend my thanks to all the activists who took part in this seminar. And I hope that this conference will be a starting point which will lead to the activating and the implementation of the Dignity Fund. And I hope this will also help the ICTJ continue its work and interact with everybody. Thank you.